You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland Match of the Round coming to you live from Tormore Reserve for the Division 1 semi-final between South Belgrave and Beaconsfield. The winner set to meet Park Orchards in next week's preliminary final back here on Saturday. And a big happy Father's Day to all dads out there today on this average weather-wise Sunday, but it's always good to be out here for a game of finals football. Josh Ward sitting next to me, very happy with the result yesterday out at Jubilee Park, and probably has a lot to talk about covering that game yesterday.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, as always, out at Jubilee Park. I would have whipped out the Surrey scarf, but I won't.
No, you certainly will not.
Press red for Josh.
There's a bit more on that to come. But
but still a great day. I'm really looking forward to seeing South Belgrave and Beaconsfield for the first time. And as you said, happy Father's Day, and happy Father's Day to my dad as well.
Absolutely. And Blake Tennant, whose father is even a legend.
Life member.
Yes, he certainly is. So I'm sure he's tuning in to listen to you today.
He said he might. He likes playing golf on Sunday, so I don't know if he's playing golf on his special day. But yeah, happy Father's Day to the old man.
What'd you get him?
What did I get him? We actually got him a work. I don't know if we can spoil the surprise. I don't know.
If he doesn't know yet, then
yeah, he doesn't actually know.
Okay, that's
but,
fine.
I'm sure he would like it because it's what he does for work and and all that. So. But yeah, happy Father's Day, and I'm sure it's a great game that we're about to see. A do-or-die final where it's a game.
That's
it's
right.
kind of like an elimination final, but it's not called a semi. It's called a semi-final, of course. But it's going to be a great game. Two good sides going at it. We saw Beaconsfield last week, who really put in my opinion, a statement on the division, saying that they, obviously they lost last year, and you thought there was a bit of unknown about where they would sit, but to win today, last week, they definitely put a statement on the whole competition.
And also joining us this afternoon is Matt Spider Lee. Great to have you and your company, Spider, for the pre-game and halftime shows today.
Good afternoon, Ryan, and all the listeners and viewers. Great to be here and concur with all the comments to all the fathers out there. Hope you all have a wonderful day and enjoy all the local footy that's on offer. And really looking forward to the game this afternoon between one side that's need to bounce back and a side that has been really underrated and underestimated. Definitely. So really looking forward to the coaching battle between Heath Black and Mick Fogarty today. One that's got a wealth of experience and another guy that's going down a coaching journey, but he needs to make a bit of a statement for South Belgrave after the disappointment of last season.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. And we'll hear from both coaches in the pre-game this afternoon. But before we get there, just a couple of things to go over. And obviously, Josh, everyone knows you're a big Surrey Park man. There's no secret about that, and very proud Surrey Park person, which is fine. And we understand that. It was a great day for the club yesterday, advancing through to another grand final. But last week as well, the first senior women's premiership for the club, which was massive for them. And it's always great to see with the presentations. It was a special moment for the premiership side, the premiership coach, and something came across my desk this week. And if this isn't trying to insert yourself into a premiership, I don't know what is. Up on the stage, stealing the spotlight when they're going through their grand final presentations. There's a bit of me time about that.
No
Drinking
comment.
out of the cup.
No comment. If it was Blake Tennant, he'd be doing the
No,
same.
I would not be doing that, mate. I would not be doing that. I'll be where you're meant to be, Josh, down on the ground, doing all the medal presentations.
It is astounding.
It's their premiership, Josh. You don't. If you're not playing in it, you're not in it, Josh. So you just you let them celebrate.
If you are listening on Radio Eastern right now, there is a picture on the screen of Josh in front of the stage. While the premiership speeches are happening. So that's really me time.
If you have a look at the Moorbuck Coldstream game, I would have been doing this. I would have been doing the same as well.
Like I've said, if you're not in the premiership team or whatever's going on, you just keep out of it. You let them celebrate, and then you do it after.
You're one to talk. If Montrose had won the senior or the reserves premiership, you'd be front and centre with the premiership cup.
I'll be there during the nights, but not on the ground during the celebrations.
You go on the footy trips, though, Blake.
Listen to Blake. I go on the footy trips. I get invited to them.
All right.
Listen to Blake reading the riot act.
Your first presentations hosting them, so you did do a good job. But next time, Set up off the stage and out of the way.
So we're pitching the tent, Josh, this week?
I pitched the tent at 4:30 p.m. yesterday afternoon when the game was finished.
So you're going to put a few cold refreshments as well in that little tent overnight on the Friday, or
we'll see.
Yeah.
Anyway,
all right, we've got
a big afternoon. A
lot to discuss. The results from yesterday, as well as the sides playing off today in today's finals. Let's start at the top with Premier Division, and we had a game yesterday, the qualifying final, which was also the Eastland match of the round. And it was the Tigers 14-9-93 defeating Roval 11-7-73, a 20-point win for Balwyn. Very impressive with not the greatest form coming into that final series, having lost to the other top 5 sides in the second half of the year. They started the game really well, kicked 5 goals with the breeze, and then kicked another 4 against it in the second term, which really set up the victory. Charlie Haley was massive, kicking 5 goals on the day. And Spider, you were listening in on Radio Eastern yesterday of the call, and it was a fantastic game from Balwyn, particularly that first half and that second quarter where their midfield just really got on top with the likes of Urban and Bowen Smith as well as Turner. They really dominated the clearances.
Yeah, they certainly did. And I think that's the big part about where they've got themselves to this point in the season. First 10 weeks, they were simply brilliant through that midfield area and their ability to take forward territory and score big, and they did. And we talked about it on the preview show on Friday that they needed to take the game on more because they'd gone into a very defensive mindset for the last 6 to 7 weeks. They just hadn't been able to kick enough goals. Haley hadn't probably been playing as well as he had in the first half of the season, and also guys like Oakes, etc. So that forward line had really been quietened for a period of time, but yesterday they really stood tall, particularly with the breeze, and put the scoreboard pressure on early, but then to be able to do the damage against the breeze too, and that was really the catalyst for the game. Roval just weren't able to go with them, and they just weren't physical enough yesterday, Roval, and they just let themselves down with their skill execution.
Absolutely, and Charlie Haley, the first quarter and a bit as well. Looking back at the game, he seemed determined to have a big game for Balwyn. Take advantage of that matchup against Braden LePanche. I was really surprised that Jesse Eichhoff didn't go to him immediately, Blake.
Yeah, definitely. And, I said to Brash actually before the game, and I just said when Charlie's fine, I think that's when Balwyn are playing some very good football. I think we've seen it a couple of times. I think he kicked 6 one day out, and Balwyn had a very good win. So I feel like if he's fine, Balwyn are going to, chances are they could, pull off a massive win. But it was kind of like, it's like the how you saw that matchup. Braden LePlanche, he's only 19, I believe, or 20.
Yeah.
And Charlie's obviously a very experienced forward, and he kind of just said, let the master do his thing, and gave him an old school teaching sort of thing. That's how I saw of it.
And one thing that also surprised me, Cooper McDonald playing a bit of midfield time rather than across a half-back flank, because I think his intercepting game would have been pretty crucial, particularly in those conditions yesterday. Like the game I saw, there was certainly some intercepting game, and McDonald would have enjoyed those conditions.
Yeah, well, I think, not having Lockie McDonald forced the side to make a few changes. Colclough out of the side as well for the rest of the season. So they were probably not besides that, they were fielded a pretty good side, and Balwyn fielded a very strong team themselves. So
those 3 inclusions, which we spoke about on Friday, Ryan, were really significant. You put Gleason, Lamont, and Lever back in that
Lamont
team.
Was really good yesterday.
They make a significant difference to what they do, not only defensively, but also forward of the ball, because it allows players to go and do other roles within the team, and it just releases a few other players to play those roles. So that was a real big feature of what Brenton Sanderson was able to bring back to the table. And Roval just weren't able to counter that. On the other hand, having those players out of the side, although their depth has been strong. But as we've talked about, the vulnerability of Roval, it does happen from time to time when they don't get the game on their terms. They don't look as good as what they probably should. So that's the big question mark now. They put themselves in a situation. They're in a semi-final next week. It's knockout scenario for them, and they're probably for me, I think they'd probably rather play Vermont than rather play. To be honest, and play South Croydon.
100%. They've got a pretty good record against Vermont, where South Croydon have got them, I think, the last 3 times, or 2 times, and then last year when they weren't going well, almost pinched that with victory as well. So I think definitely on that. They made a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes as well yesterday. I think Jackson McDonald turned it over 2 times in a minute, which Baldwin didn't make them pay for those mistakes, and it sort of kept the door open and it was never close enough, and they never got within 3 goals in the second half to really, really challenge. But it's a great win for Baldwin. They've now got a big test next week against
Well, it's a free hit.
East Ringwood.
Yeah,
It is, because no one's expecting them probably to win on when you compare the two sides' form, and East Ringwood have been unbelievable, particularly in the second half. They're coming in now the red-hot favourites to take out the Premier Division flag. So it'll be certainly interesting to see how that all plays out. We've obviously got the elimination final today, which we'll touch on, which is out at Jubilee Park, but we'll go through all the scores around the grounds before we touch on today's games. In Division 1, the second semi-final between Park Orchards and Mitcham, it was the Tigers coming from behind a 53-point turnaround after three-quarter time. They won by 28 points, 10-11-71 to 6-7-43. A massive performance in that last quarter right here at Tormore, and it's going to play a factor. It's going to be a conversation today because the wind is still pretty strong out there, and down to the Baronia Road end of the ground. That's where 90% of the goals will probably be kicks. So looking at that last quarter, 8 goals to nothing. No score from Park Orchards. And Mitcham didn't score in the third quarter when they were going to the scoreboard end either. So there was not a single score down the scoreboard end, Josh, which is quite remarkable.
Yeah, it is just simply remarkable. And just looking at the scores that Davis Harrigan was sending us through the day, I thought Mitcham would have just missed a chance because they were so inaccurate in front of goal. And maybe that would have been the wind playing a bit of a factor out here, because as most people know, it's a massive wind tunnel out here at Tormore Reserve, but it's still a massive result to come from behind, to kick dead straight for pretty much the final 15-20 minutes of the game and to overrun Park Orchards. It's a tremendous effort, and credit to Mitcham what they've been able to do this to start this final series, Ryan.
Oh, absolutely. They're going back to another grand final. On the day, Jake Parenti kicked another 4 goals. So I think that's 10 goals in 2 finals matches this year. Loves the big stage. Does Jake. Lucas Marrell's listed as their best player on the Play HQ. And we haven't got the goals listed for Park Orchards, but Jay Whitnish was listed best on Spider.
But it's the Park Orchards midfield early in the game that were on top, and then Mitcham were able to get themselves back into the game. But Park Orchards, they just did not utilise the breeze, and that's you talk about the way that Mitcham go about their footy. They're very aggressive. They're in your face sort of team. They've been like that for the last couple of seasons. They play on a lot of emotion. The way that they played, particularly last year in a couple of those finals, and when they have that moment in the game where they get to seize it, they're just that sort of team. Like they slow the tempo down, they get the game on their terms, and they really frustrated Park Orchards throughout the bulk periods of that game. And in the end, they were able to put that scoreboard pressure on in the last quarter and gather that momentum. So you've got to give them full credit. Neil Winterton doing some wonderful things, and another grand final, and the big opportunity, the ultimate reward, is to get back to Premier. What a story it'd be after such a long period of time.
Yeah, that's right. They did at one stage have the longest premiership drought before 2015 when they won that flag against the Basin, and since then, and obviously Winterton's been there since 2015, and they've won that 19 last year, and then potentially could do another one. So that'd be 4 in the space of less than 10 years.
Well, it's the rebuild complete, isn't it? When you think about it, went down. Went within points of going to Division 4. Held that off, and then just came up slowly for Division 3 up to Division 2, and obviously they've secured some premierships along the way. So if they can get back, it'll be a wonderful story and a great feather in their cap to everyone involved, both on and off the field.
If you want to talk about, premierships as well, there are a few sides as well, Spider, that have, come down, 1 or 2 grades. And, if you look at the Rovers and the Park Orchards, Park Orchards, what happened a couple of years ago, they're in Premier, of course, but they won a few flags as well. So it's
but it's also based on different things, Blake. We're talking rival demographics. We're talking something completely different to Mitcham. I mean, we're talking about an older, ageing area where they've been able to regenerate in a short space of time. So I think that's the story. There's a significant difference there.
And it's credit to Matt McCubbin and
he's
Neil
done
Winston.
a massive job.
He's done a
massive job as president.
Done an amount of work, and they are set up to go into Premier Division because their reserves, who are currently playing right now, they've made back-to-back grand finals, and they're playing finals again. They're 19s as well. They went out in straight sets, but they still played finals for the first time in a while, and obviously they've got 2 19 sides as well. So
reserves are currently struggling at the moment. 4-5, 29. Park Orchard to meter and 3 behind. So
they're
straight sets for both reserves and 19s.
Well, potentially, but the 19s have been able to get into the senior side this year as well, which is a big credit to the club, Blake, and getting them involved in the senior level. They've had a lot of injuries, and at one stage during the season, they were in a bit of strife. Not that they were ever going to miss the finals, but they didn't look like they were going to finish with the double chance halfway through the year, and they've been able to turn around, and finals brand of football is very strong. I
thought that game against Montrose, where they beat Montrose, kind of set them up for that double chance game sort of thing. I felt like that game was crucial for them, just due to where they were and their run home as well, especially because I think they played maybe a Doncaster or Turner South coming up after that. So that was well and truly to set them up with that double chance as well. And, they played Beaconsfield, I think, round 17 as well. And, they were backs against the wall sort of thing. They had a few out and,
Yeah, that's right. So we'll touch on that game a bit later, but obviously it does link into today's game with Park Orchards now playing the winner of South Belgrave and Beaconsfield. And here to join us now is Mick Fogarty, and it's always a pleasure to have you on board in the pre-game. A big opportunity for the boys today against South Belgrave, coming into this game with a lot of great form.
Yeah, we have. Our last 6 weeks have been pretty strong. I mean, we had Mitcham down there a couple of weeks ago and got done by 7 points, and then Park Orchards in some really difficult conditions got us by points. So, yeah, we're really happy with our form against quality sides and sides that obviously go deep in September. So, yeah, we're going okay.
And last week would have been a big, obviously a big day for the club on Sunday. Their first finals win, in the senior comp, obviously got there last year, able to tick another box with a finals win. Yep. Was that one just to get a bit of a relief to get that one out of the bat, and certainly because that's a big tick for the club.
Yeah, totally agree. Look, we obviously got finals last year, and we sort of fell in last year in regards to some sickness and injury. This year we're healthy, and we gave ourselves a really good chance against Montrose, like they would have against us. But yeah, we showed that we've matured a lot with our young guys, and getting that final last year, I think, really held us in good stead for last week, and they knew what to expect, and up against a strong Montrose side, we were able to get it done.
Mick, we've noticed throughout the season just the changes each and every week for Beaconsfield, whether that be talent availability, players being called up to the VFL level. How tricky has that been to manage throughout the entire home and away season in particular?
Yeah, it has been difficult, no doubt about that. The beauty of it is all the VFL boys that we've got on lists are all, apart from Charlie Muley, who come across from Berwick, but they're all Beaky juniors, and they applied their trade at Stingrays. A couple of them were a little bit unlucky not to get drafted, so of course they went to VFL to improve their footy and hopefully one day get picked up. And we've had to juggle that throughout the year, and that's a testimony to our depth. Our depth has been pretty strong this year, which is great. Our seconds made the final this year, last week got done, but yeah, we think we've got a really strong 28.
And yeah, just touching on that depth, there's been, as you mentioned, a lot of players coming through and have played 3 or 4 senior games this year. How crucial will that be if there is, say, an injury today and you are to progress through to the preliminary final?
Well, there's one there, Nick McPherson, who was a senior player who played our game against Bayswater in the last round, and then hurt his groin a little bit, and he would have played last week, but he just didn't come up and sacrificed himself. So, yeah, really important that we've got those players ready to step up and play their roles.
Yeah. G'day, Mick. Blake Tennant here, of course, as well. Always good to have a chat with you as well. Last week, it was a massive win for the club, but I just want to ask from a coaching point of view, did you feel like when the momentum was going your way, it was kind of a bit like yesterday where, Mitchell kicked 8 goals in that last quarter, of course, but it was a pretty close neck-and-neck battle, probably until you would say after half-time when you put pet on the kind of like that thing. Yeah. How was the momentum going for that?
Yeah, really good. The momentum's hard to stop, and when a side gets it, you've got things in plan that you want to try and negate and hope that you can stop their scoring. And having said that, it's just so in really windy conditions as well. And look, the ball's floating everywhere, either end. You know, it doesn't matter wind against wind. The ball will sit up or it'll go long, and it's a real judgment area for the players to be able to adapt to that. But momentum's a really, really difficult thing to stop, and we had it, and we were able to hit the scoreboard and hurt them that way.
It's also a big thing with this, footy club going forward, being in the competition for a bit, seeing your juniors, of course, coming into the league. It was a pretty successful run for your juniors, of course. They're in your 19s, won the premiership last year as well. And I reckon if you can win this today, it will be even bigger and better things coming in for the Beaconsfield Footy Club, which is, good to see from a club that we haven't really heard about, and probably till the last couple of years, of course.
Yeah.
It's great to see. You must be pretty proud of the way things going.
Yeah, it is. And the club, like you said, our junior program is really strong, and we've got some really good players that have come through there. We've got 5 players playing today that played in the premiership last year, and I've always been a big believer, no matter how old you are to a certain extent, but if you're good enough, you get them in, and you get them in a good program, you get them in with some really strong senior player and personnel around them, and they'll just do their thing and they'll develop. And yeah, our program juniors is terrific. And if you look at our side today, apart from Charlie Mueller and Casey Wilsilgo, the rest of them have all come through junior footy.
Good luck today, Mick. It's always great to get an insight pre-game with someone of your wealth of experience. Let's go into the coaching perspective of things, how the game's going to play out today. What are the 3 key major points for you in focus when you talk to the players? Because obviously South Belgrave coming off the performance from last week. What are some of those things you're going to really drill down in pre-game this afternoon? Yeah,
contest. I mean, that's cliched, but really South Belgrave, they love an aerial game. They've got some really dangerous forwards that we know. They like to play a really strong kicking game as well. So if we can take that away from them, if we can just get the ball on the ground and we can use our speed and our outside run and hope that they don't get too much aerial ball, and we can defend really well, that'll hold us in good stead. Now, we know that also tactically with the wind and when we've got it, and they'll probably drop Smith back, and we'll do some things there that won't allow him to have his own way, hopefully. I mean, all in theory it sounds great.
Yes, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, but we just got to execute it well and hopefully hold us, like I said, in good stead for today.
Well, they've got some key players coming back in. Taylor Garner's going to be one of those players. He's,
it's fine. I don't think he's
not going to play?
Nope.
No? Okay, that's okay.
He's not in. I've got it here.
Raise it. But what I will ask,
yep.
With your experience, and this goes back to your Noble Park days,
yep.
You know Heath Black as well as anyone, right?
Yep.
So it's a coaching battle.
Yep.
It's a little bit of cat and mouse between the two of you today.
Yeah, good point.
You will play that game because from a coaching perspective, the game is not always just one out on the field. It's trying to be one step ahead of each other, isn't it, from that coaching perspective? You're going to be looking at different things going, okay, I know Heath can play that card, but I've got these 2 cards ready to go. So you've got to be ready to play them at any given point in time. Does that always play on the mind between what you guys have planned out through the week, but when you know you're going to have to play that card, particularly at some point during the afternoon?
Absolutely, and that's why it's such an opinionated game, isn't it? And I've got things going that we want to put into place. You talk about plan A, B, C, and D, and then at the end of it, you look like a genius if it comes off, and if it doesn't, there's debate about, and through myself, of course, saying, why didn't I do this or why didn't I do that? But, yeah, it's a tough one. I'm a big believer in don't go off what you already know. Don't invent things. Don't just go with what you know, and when you have to adjust, the players know they have to adjust. And if we're not good enough, at the end of the day, we're talking about a side that won every game last year bar one. Yeah. They're a bloody good football side, right? And they'll be really hungry for the contest today. And we've just got to compete. And we will compete, but we just got to, a bit of luck. And we expect they're going to have their way at some stage, and we just hope it's not hurting us on the scoreboard when they do.
Just one last one from myself, just on this coaching perspective and the philosophy that you bring.
Yep.
When you came from Noble Park and you go away for a little while and you go, I'm going to have another go. You come to Beaconsfield. Did you feel that you learnt so much more coming in the second time that you can just bring so many different elements and put this professional template in place for this footy club so that you can take them on a launching pad? Because it's a very similar template to what Noble Park started with when they came into the FNL. And you were well and truly a part of that phase, in that historic era.
Yeah, I totally agree. Look, we learn every year in the game, even at our level, can change, and there's so many good coaches around that probably don't get the recognition they deserve, and the kids and your players, they want to learn, they see what the AFL are doing, and they want to improve their footy. They want to make sure that they're up to date with game plans, and we've got to make sure that what we think works for our footy club. We don't care about other clubs. When I say that, I mean obviously when we play them, we do, but we just got to get what works for us. And at the moment, what we're doing is working, regardless of the outcome today. But yeah, we still think we've got some unfinished business, and we know it's going to be tough today, but we'll have a real crack. Don't worry about
underestimating, and I think that's well off the mark, to be honest.
Yeah. And I'm guessing one of the benefits of this season as well is giving your son, I believe, Ben Fogarty, his debut this season in the senior lineup. Yeah. Look, it's funny. I remember as a dad when he came through the juniors and the coaches talking to him, and obviously I've been a senior coach, but I never ever interfered with what the coach did, and I never went out in the ground and said, mate, this is what you should be, this is what you should be doing, anything like that. I let the coach do their work, and he's such a terrific role player. He hasn't got the ability that some of these other players have out on the ground, but he just plays his role. He's selfless. He plays a really strong team orientated game, and that's what I love about his footy.
Absolutely. And just a couple quick players to mention who weren't here last time in a final, which we saw Jake Bowd and Jafar Ocker, and both hit the scoreboard last week and were pretty important in that victory. They're massive inclusions to have coming into a final series.
Yeah, exactly right. Look, Jake's our co-captain, and he's been a Beaconsfield player for such a long time, and can play either back or forward. We've got that luxury of using him at both ends of the ground. And Jafar's an enigma. Look, what you get from Jafar, you'll see today, hopefully the good stuff. We just want to make sure that he's really focused, which he generally has been this year. He's been terrific, and we look forward to having him on a final against South Belgrave and see what he can bring.
Certainly right, Mick. It's always a pleasure to have you on board in the pre-game. All the best this afternoon. Hopefully for your sake, a Beaconsfield win and a date with Park Orchards next week.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much.
Mick Fogarty, the senior coach of the Beaconsfield Football Club, and has done such a great job with this club. And as we said, comparing their run to the final series this year to last year, polar opposites. Last year they were coming in with injuries, guys out of the side, and they were coming in as the big underdogs against North Ringwood. This year, I think they entered that game against Montrose as probably the favourites, despite finishing fifth and being the second seed of those two sides.
Well, I had them third at the start of the year, Beaconsfield. I just had a bit of a feeling that they were on the upward curve, and I think the point's been pretty well proven.
Yeah, it has.
I think Brash had him prelim finalist or grand finalist in his pre-season podcast too. So I think I had him as fifth. That was my opinion there, but and they did finish.
Yeah, I flipped. I had Park Orchards fifth and Beaconsfield third. So
I reckon the
gap's not too. I
don't think I did. I had North Ringwood in the top five, and I didn't expect them to.
Well, I think everyone's, or besides maybe you, everyone else had the top five in some form of an order, and it probably became pretty clear by round 8 or 9 that was going to be your top five. It was just going to be who's going to finish where and how the seeding's going to play out, right?
Definitely. That's how I felt as well. I think my top five was the exact same, but just a few ladder adjustments and all that, because putting Park Orchards fourth. So
the last 3 weeks in particular, they have started to hit their straps. As they've got more continuity into the lineup. They've had minimal changes. The last 3 games,
they look good.
They've averaged 94 points in their last 3 games, and I think it was 140 points against Bayswater and 89 points, and conceded minimal points in those games, Blake.
And we saw just before what Mick said, and Jafar Ocker, he has to be the barometer sort of thing for Beaconsfield today, because I feel like, in their losses, he's been up and down. Like whenever they had a loss, he didn't really play well. But when they're up and going, and he's going as well, Beaconsfield's
very dangerous.
Yeah, very hard team to beat. So
correct. We're going to. Sorry, Blake. We will touch on that game a bit more closer to the time of the start, but we'll go through those other scores around the grounds yesterday afternoon, and one of those games was the Division 2 second semi between Bronya and Mulgrave. 9-16-70, the Hawks defeated Mulgrave 4-12-36. Again, I'd imagine the win playing factors there. We haven't got the goal kickers or best listed for Bronya, but it was Begley who kicked a couple and I think was listed best on their socials. Connor Tilliard had a great game for Mulgrave, all single goal kickers for them. You can take bits and pieces out of this. You look at that first quarter, Spider, when you keep 1 goal 8 to 2 behinds. When you're playing the Hawks, doesn't matter if the wind is that bad. You've got to make the most of the opportunity because they're a side that will make you pay for it.
Absolutely, and it was reflective last week. I mean, you only had to watch that Waverley and Mulgrave game, and when the script flipped. I mean, Mulgrave took their chances when when Waverley didn't put Mulgrave away. So yesterday, Mulgrave, they couldn't quite do the damage and what they were setting out to do, and then Baronia just made them pay on the scoreboard ultimately and the scoring shots for both teams. But look, they were pretty competitive from talking to a few people last night. They just lacked some polish in some really key areas. And as we talked about last week, it was a free hit going into this game. Yep. So they've got that opportunity next week to go to another final for another chance to get to a grand final. So if they can get Lin Jong and Fletcher Roberts back playing and play the winner of today's game, then they give themselves a really good prospect of winning. And I think if they take on a team like Croydon, who they've beaten during the year, they give themselves every chance. And even Waverley, again, if they had to play them again, Waverley would be very nervous going up against Mulgrave once again. So I think shaky. I think there was some good things to take out of Mulgrave yesterday. Although Baronia, yes, they advanced, they get another week off, another rest. But and they did the job. Look, but they still have to play a little bit better for me in a grand final, no matter who they play against, because it wasn't really the polished performance that we've come to see over the last 6 to 7 weeks, you'd have to say.
And a player that I've been seeing getting on the scoreboard and second best on that thing there as well is Damien Fairchild. He's building for a big September yet again. He got best on ground medal last year as well in Baronia's premiership last year, so he's firing as well. He's another player that could be lifting Baronia to another cup in 2 weeks' time, which would be big for the Baronia because they're a team as well that are wanting to get up, and we'll touch on the side as well shortly coming up, but as well that are really priming to get up to Division 2 where they embarked on as well.
Well, they'll have to make a couple of changes with Josh Hannon and Jared Lake out of the side at the moment. I would assume both would be back.
Well, Lake's got to come back in, surely.
Well, yeah, I'm assuming so. And Hannon was a suspension, so he'll be back in. I don't know if Lake's... I don't know what sort of injury that was, but I'm assuming he's back as well. So they've got to make a couple of changes, couple of tough calls. But we'll see how that all plays out. But still, by far, it's their flag to lose.
Definitely, and I can definitely say that they're well and truly, I reckon, maybe got one hand on the cup.
Well, they haven't got one hand. They haven't got one hand on the cup. But it's also got to do with the selection pressure too of their reserves. So as well, they've got quite a good depth range there. They can replace players. So that's important for them. No one's ever got a hand on the cup, no matter what division it is. It's a good step in the right direction, and you're giving yourself every chance to win. You've still got to get the job done. How many times have we seen it? Second semi-final winners get to grand final and not win the premiership? Happens a lot.
It does happen a lot, and we saw last year South Belgrave go undefeated, lose a grand final. In saying that, I think something would have to dramatically go wrong. Even if they play poorly on grand final day, I still see them winning the game.
Well, they'd be favourites, but what we're saying is
favourites.
You haven't.
You still have to perform.
You still got to get the job done. You got to replicate the performance, and that's what we talk about year after year. You still got to go back and do it again. Second semi-final only gives you a ticket to the grand final. Doesn't give you the ultimate prize at the end of the day.
And
correct.
Speaking of Baronia reserves, they're up and about right now, 9-9-63 to Mulgrave 3-4-22. So they could have another team. Last year, of course, the Baronia reserves lost in straight sets, so they would want to see, their reserves to get home there. So it's another big talking point for Baronia. But if we want to talk about, probably we will get into the other game, but I think I will back what you said on the podcast. I think Croydon could also get the job done.
Yeah, that's right. All right, let's jump into the Division 3 preliminary final yesterday. And Josh, you were there. Surrey Park defeated Knox 9-15-69 to 116-22. An interesting scoreline of a 116, and I'm sure a fair bit of that has to do with the conditions yesterday around the grounds. Chris Ellison listed as Surrey's best player on the ground. Smith and Vitaka kicked 2 goals each. And just a 1 goal kicker for Knox, obviously, with Aaron Taylor and Gavin Pearce listed as their best player. But a big result for Surrey Park. We've got Heath Black just joining us in a second. So we'll touch on this game after. There's obviously a bit to talk about with that, with Surrey Park's third consecutive grand final appearance. But we've got Heath Black here from the South Belgrave senior coach. Heath, great to have you on board, and a big semi-final ahead today.
It is, and sorry I'm late.
No, that's okay.
I got caught up. The conditions are going to have a huge bearing on the game. It's a shame, isn't it, that you go through the whole year with pretty good weather, and then you can come to the final series and the winner really be determined by who plays the conditions the best.
And it's certainly last week would have had an impact again in that game against Mitcham, and you had a first look at the conditions there, and obviously this weekend it's just as bad with the wind. How do you prepare for that? Can you prepare for that, or is it more just when you do have when you're going down to the Baronia Road end of the ground, you've just got to make sure you use every chance you get?
Yeah, you do. And look, it's really hard to kick goals even with it. I thought Mitcham took their opportunities. They kicked goals that were great in normal weather, snapshots and whatnot, and they went through in this sort of weather. But today's wind's probably worse than last week. And maybe the advantage, or answering your question, did we practice? We were able to practice a fair bit this week. The wind was blowing at our ground sort of in the similar direction. So we've had a practice, but look, I think from both teams, both coaches, take your opportunities with the wind, go to the roulette table and spin it sort of thing, which I hate because I like to have that control. But and defend and defend and defend and defend, and then hopefully when you kick them with the wind, you get a lick of the ice cream.
How many learnings did you take from that game against Mitcham last weekend?
Oh, plenty. I think all credit to Mitcham. They beat us really at the contest. Their effort was better, and we were just off. Just one of those games. So, and that's taking nothing away from Mitcham. Like Gary has said that he believed that they were going to win it, and they've given themselves every opportunity. But yeah, if we could say we had an off game, that was it. And unfortunately, it was in a final.
Yeah, certainly right. And obviously, your opposition today, you've had the better of them in 2 occasions this season, but finals is obviously there's a lot of variables, and Beaconsfield are probably coming into this game with some really good form. What were some of the things you did take away from the 2 times you played them earlier in the year?
Yeah, look, they didn't have full strength team, so that's something to keep in mind, and they've got a pretty full strength today. The way they move the ball, look, in my opinion, and conditions today are going to be tough, but they move the ball the best in the competition by foot. They're fit, they're young. They're good through the contest, chain handballs. They're actually a really, really good outfit, and I think even from their position, they can win it as well. So full respect to them. They coach well, they drill well. On a big ground is always a risk. So in a way, it's not too bad. The conditions are like this, to be honest.
Yeah. Heath, Blake turned to you. Just following up, I asked Mick as well. Do you feel? I want to hear your opinion on momentum in sport as well. With AFL and EFNL as well. Do you feel that that's a big card as well that you use as well? I want to hear it from your point of view as well. We asked Mick what it was, but how do you feel about momentum?
Look,
it's massive.
If we had the secret formula of how to defend momentum and actually then create momentum, I reckon we wouldn't be here. We'd be in our Lamborghini somewhere. But look. When we have it, we've got to have the ability to be able to, it's foot on throat stuff, isn't it? And taking that control away from the opposition and making sure that you hit that scoreboard. And scoreboard pressure with momentum in finals is massive, especially with conditions like this.
Heath, good luck this afternoon. Really looking forward to the contest. Spoke to Mick as well regarding yourself and Mick having that, I suppose, that relationship. You play, you work together at Noble Park, that sort of stuff. The coaching battle is going to be really significant today, and it's going to be that cat and mouse battle, like when you're going to play the right card at the right moment in time from the coaching box. How do you get yourself, mentally and physically ready to go, well, I'm up against one of the best coaches that's probably been in the Eastern Footy League for a very long time. He's been very successful everywhere he's gone to coach. He's going to be throwing everything at you today, just right from the first bounce. So you've got to be ready to go to be able to maybe adapt and be flexible as the game moves on.
Yeah, I suppose it just comes down to your planning and preparation.
How thorough have you been planning?
I think that's probably one of the areas that I think I put a lot of work into. I've stay-home dad, so I got a lot of time to watch vision and put things in place. But you can't you can't overcomplicate it at the end of the day. There's two different tactics. There's one with the wind and one against it. And really, they're two different game plans, aren't they? But one's to defend the absolute hell out of it. The other's to open the game up and get it through the sticks. So I think if you overcomplicate it with players that are young and nervous anyway, you lose them. And you just coach the effort, really.
And that's also on the back of last week too, because the frustration no doubt was there when you see 5 goals, 19. You sit there and go, well, that could have easily been whatever, 20 goals 4 or 17-7 on a nice sunny afternoon without any wind. But you've just got to, how do you calm the boys down and tell them to move on and not worry about that, because it's a different game today. Other things will come in, there'll be other factors, the contributing factors. How do you settle the group's nerves and calmness about collectively about going about in a cutthroat final?
Mate, I'll give you a bit of an insight. My initial opening remarks to the group today was think back to what it was like when you played junior footy.
Yep.
And I know the stakes are higher and all of that, but I wanted them to reflect why they actually played the game. We rolled around the mud with our mates. We had a smile on the dial.
Yep.
All we worried about was a pie with sauce and a can of Coke at the end of the day. So I want them, of course today is bigger than that, but I wanted them to reflect that's why we play.
And that's what you came from too, with your AFL background as well. Is that sort of the emphasis some of the coaches do? Yeah, they go back to that basic formula when it does get really hot in the kitchen?
I think so, mate. You got those pure fundamentals of footy come into play. Just effort really in a day like this, and I just wanted to reflect really, and you can overthink it. AFL stakes are high, but I wish you could go in with that mentality as an AFL player to be able to just enjoy yourself and not worry about everything else around you and just see ball, get ball.
And one thing we've discussed a bit throughout the season, like the South Belgrave side hasn't lit it up like it did last season. Do you feel like there's another gear that this side can go to for in the next couple of weeks if you're lucky to play?
Oh, look, we just haven't been able to get our full squad on the park, have we, to be honest? And that's been frustrating. And we've had, the competition's got better, the coaches have got better, the resources are better, Premier data, everyone's using that, the vision's there. So, of course, the competition's going to catch up, and people are fitter, they're stronger, they're a year older, all of those things. So, as I've said from the beginning, any team that makes a grand final in this comp is lucky, and the team that wins it is even luckier. And if the conditions stay like this and it's a grand final like this, geez, you need some luck in a GF to win.
It is, and probably this division in particular, the top 5 sides, we've talked about it, and even Park Orchards, for as good as they've been, feels like anyone in the 5 could beat each other on their best day, and that's probably a little bit different to some other divisions where there's definite clear front runners, but Beaconsfield, who finished 5th, as you said, are still as good a chance as anyone.
Above the shoulders, there's no doubt about it, that plays a part. And, the effort, collectively, if you've got more blokes that are winning positions, you win the game. And again, that just gets back to that junior footy mentality, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Well, Heath, we've got a massive game ahead. All the best today, and hopefully for your sake, it's a win for South Belgrave and a date with Park Orchards next week in the preliminary
Thanks,
final.
boys. Sorry I was late.
No, you're right. You're probably getting the pile of a
It's a big day. Heath, like the senior coach of the South Belgrave Football Club. We're going to go to an ad break now, I believe, in just 1 second, as Lee chomps down on his free burger from Tormore Reserve, as they always look after us here.
Chicken burger is very ideal.
Great insight, though, from Heath. Really enjoyed that.
Yeah,
I think it's when you think about it, you can overcomplicate things, and with his experience at AFL level, he played under some really good coaches, very fortunate, and then to play under good coaches at a local level too, and now to be able to illustrate that and perform that, it's really you got to tell people, just don't overcomplicate it, be calm. You're going to get out there and just have fun. That's the reality.
Right.
The result looks after itself.
Absolutely.
Ultimately.
And we've got some more scores around the grounds from yesterday to go through, as well as today's games in just a minute. You're listening to the pre-game of the Eastland match of the round between Beaconsfield and South Belgrave.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice-cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Tormore Reserve for the Division 1 semi-final today between Beaconsfield and South Belgrave. We've just heard from both coaches, and Josh, we were talking before that about the Division 3 preliminary final yesterday.
Yes, and Surrey Park 9-15-69 defeating.
Thought we'd moved on from that game.
Yeah, I thought can we just move on just a bit?
No. It was tricky. It was tricky conditions to navigate at Jubilee Park, as it was for pretty much every ground in the eastern suburbs yesterday. But the wind sometimes for Knox, they had shots on goal from direct outside 50 that if it was a less windy day, they would have gone straight through the big sticks.
But is this something where they just did not hit up targets
No,
enough?
they didn't.
I mean, talking to some people last night, this was the precise point that Knox, when they got shots at goal and got it decent enough, they just didn't lift their vision up enough to spot up a target. They kept dump kicking and bombing the ball in, which was really reflective and gave Surrey the opportunity to really, defend the ball constantly and get the ball out of there.
And it's credit to the Surrey Park defence. They were on their A game yesterday. The likes of Angus Sutherland did a great job on Sam Goyne. He didn't kick He had a couple of touches going, but he didn't kick a goal.
But that's two finals where he had no impact in the game.
No, and I think that's credit to Sutherland, who's done well in the senior lineup this season. George Haynes was absolutely immense on Harrison Greaves yesterday. Kept them goalless, and Greaves, he did not have any impact, unlike he did in that qualifying final in the early stages. The half-backs of Chris Sardis and Nick Cam worked well in tandem. Sardis' intercepting game was really strong, and up forward in the final quarter, Surrey did start to lower their eyes. They started to hit up targets rather than just bombing at themselves. And I think it was 5 or 6 goals they kicked in the final quarter, and they had more goals than they did behinds because they were hitting up those targets and getting shots on goal from closer in rather than just bombing it long. And but it was a sense of inevitability in that Surrey they were the dominant side all day long. Even when they were kicking against the Breeze, the defensive pressure was strong. They were still getting some territory. They kicked 3 goals against the Breeze as well, which is...
Can we talk about Knox, Josh? There was another team.
Yeah, I know that.
No, we have been. We have been talking about Knox.
We have been. I mean, Knox, they still showed a lot of fight. And Mitch Greaves and Gavin Pearce were, again, terrific. Greaves, interestingly, started inside forward 50 for Knox. But then when he went back for the final 3 quarters, his intercepting game, playing as that third player in the pack, he was just absolutely crucial rebounding for Knox. And Pearce fought hard in midfield all day long. Tom Weir had another good game on Jake Summers. Summers only kicked the 1 goal in the end. So
if there was a best finals player award for Tom Weir, he'll be 100% up there.
Yeah,
he's September. Well, August, sorry, you would say August. It's been through the roof. I think he had the job last week on... who did he have the job? He had Fritsch. And Fritsch only kicked 2 goals. Both in the last quarter and the third quarter. He played terrific, and then he did another good job again on Summers. So he's had a terrific final series. But I'd love to see... You have to be in the team of the year sort of selections based point of view.
So squad. Absolutely, but I think Knox, it was just a tough day to end the season.
Day.
But they've had, when you think about it, they've come down. They've had a good season, right? Now they've finished in the finals. They've been ultra competitive, particularly in the second part of the year. What do you think they need now to take that extra step? For me, I think they've already got it, really, because if a player like Hanlon plays the full season, they will get that value out of him for the entire season, where they've only had him for the last 6 or 7 weeks. I think that'll evolve that role that he plays. Is there any other areas that you can see or identify that they might need to focus on through the pre-season to try and make them that better side and take that extra step in 2025?
Maybe a bit more top-end talent. I think there's some good top-end talent players like Tom Weir, Harrison Greaves, again, when he's playing, he probably needs someone alongside him inside that forward 50. I just think they need a bit more top-end talent and players from coming down from Premier Division, whether that be playing from reserves or seniors. If they can get that to the club in the next season, then it's only going to hold them in good stead. And even then, I still think they're going to be right up there in 2025. I think they'll be in the top. I know it's obviously early on, but I still think they'll be playing finals next year, because their second half of the season was ultra impressive. The run they went on after that Coldstream loss was, they're the only side to knock off Donvale and obviously knocked off Surrey Park as well. So it's
been a great year for Knox, and obviously we'll talk more about that grand final matchup on Friday in the podcast and throughout the week. Today's games, we'll start with Division 4. There was no game yesterday, obviously, because just the one this weekend with the preliminary final today out at East Ringwood Reserve between Churnside Park and Whitehorse. A big opportunity for both sides to earn their spot in the grand final. Churnside coming in probably as the clear favourites after having a really strong season, finished in the top 2, and it was Scoresby and Churnside as the best 2 sides in this competition. Whitehorse have been probably dropped off in the second half of the year as the third side. They bring back a couple of players at the right time, so I think this will be probably closer than their last meeting, which we were at, Blake, out at Kimberley Reserve. I don't think they'll get beat by that much, but they've still got a lot of work to do if they're going to book a spot in the grand final. I think the Pioneers.
Definitely, and I think on the man on my left, his Spider predicted a bit of the extra time.
Well, I think with the weather today, I think it certainly could play out that way, but especially if the wind plays a significant role in the game, and it could. I mean, Churnside Park, we know that they like to score big if they can get on top early, but also I think Whitehorse, if they can get on top through the midfield and get some scoreboard pressure going themselves, they're going to really give themselves a chance to win the game. Defensively, if Dalgleish and the rest of that defensive unit can really lock down on that Churnside Park forward line and really starve them of all the opportunities and make them shallow entries, particularly on East Ringwood, and make sure that that they can put the squeeze on and not give them too much width around the ground, then I think they give themselves a realistic chance of winning the game. But they're going to have to do it for a whole consistent 4-quarter period.
Yeah. I definitely feel that too, but getting another game into Tom Young would also benefit for that one as well. But as Park Orchards win the reserves down here, 5-8-38 to Mitcham 3-7-25. So Park Orchards will play against Montrose in a big prelim final next week in the reserves, but for Mitcham, straight sets in the reserves for them. But back to the game.
He didn't talk anything about the
You
senior
had to
side
bring
for
Montrose
Mitcham.
into the conversation.
Well, that's who they're playing against, Spider. Of course I'm going to say who they're playing against.
The one thing he says
well, we
about
were previewing Division 4.
Yeah, but I was getting back to the point.
Spider, he didn't say a word when we're talking about the Mitcham seniors side, but then has to mention that the reserves are 9
and
straight.
you cannot talk, Josh. Come on, mate. No, you had your little fun. But in Division 4, though, back to the game.
I think we're getting to that point of the year. Everyone's
Tom Young getting into another game is really going to benefit Whitehorse, just seeing how far he can go. Another game in, and Horvat, we know how good he's been as well. I think it's going to be benefit, but you would say Chirnside Park would be the clear standout favourites for this game. They've got too much, their top 10 players can really lift them to a grand final and potentially even a premiership as well. But yeah, I think Chirnside for me, boys.
Yeah, and I think also, I believe it's actually Lee Odermatt's 300th game, which is snuck up on us.
Well, Lee's just been an unbelievable player. He's just been everywhere over a long period of time, very consistent, very reliable player, whichever club he's played for, and he's served so many. But he's just been a very good performer on big stages and has got the job done. So once again, today he has that opportunity to see if he can get himself to another grand final.
He's a big-time player too, Spider, as well. So this could benefit for him. 300 game, the stakes will be high. Chirnside will definitely be playing for him.
And he doesn't look like he's aging one little bit too. He just looks fit as anything.
How old he is, Spider?
I actually do, but I won't say his age because I don't want to embarrass him because he's a top bloke, and I wouldn't do that. Wouldn't throw him under the bus. He's been a champion footballer and a champion cricketer in local sport. So we won't give him. We won't say what his age is. We'll say he's in the best part of his 30s, but. We'll be friendly to him.
Yeah, no, we're going to go to.
But I think he might be a little bit older than that.
Yeah, so we're going to go to an ad break here as the time has snuck up on us. We've got the call team coming in just a moment. Big Division 1 final between South Belgrave and Beaconsfield to come.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
Coming back.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Tormore Reserve. It is semi-final day and it's Beaconsfield and South Belgrave in Division 1. Thank you very much for the guys on the pre-game show. Excellent job by them. Some good interviews as well. A lot of insight given. But now it's time to bring in the call team. My name is Jared Beanland, and beside me riding shotgun is Josh Ward. Josh, how are you?
I'm good, mate. It's great to be calling the footy alongside you once again. A massive contest between South Belgrave and Beaconsfield. Plenty of interesting contests from around the grounds. But I'm particularly looking forward to covering this game, seeing Beaconsfield for the first time this season and South Belgrave for the first time since round 2.
Indeed. And next to me as well, Wayne Brasher. How are you?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Like Josh, this is my first chance of having a look at both South Belgrave and Beaconsfield. And interestingly enough, I compare the two sides, and I just think that I don't think South Belgrave are going as well as what they were last year, but I think Beaconsfield are going better than what they did last year. So I reckon the gap's closed between the two.
Definitely.
Who's got the good form leading into this game? Well, I got to say that Beaconsfield's probably has got the form coming into an encounter like this. South Belgrave, for mine, I thought they were disappointing. I've been waiting for them to ping all season, but they just haven't been able to do it.
We thought for a long time that they were building to a peak, and now is the time to peak, and it hasn't quite happened yet with the finals loss against Mitcham last week. But it's not just us. In the Stat Centre as well, Paul Uconi, how are you?
Yeah, good afternoon, boys. It's a very interesting encounter, this one. As Brash mentioned before, we've been waiting for South Belgrave to click. Hasn't quite happened as yet. Beaconsfield heading to this game in good form. They had a really good win last week against Montrose, and I'm looking forward to this one.
Indeed, so am I. Indeed, because we've got a couple of ins for South Belgrave as well, a couple of ins for Beaconsfield. Who are the important ones for you, Josh? As we quickly. Before we do that, we'll quickly go down to the boundary line where we're bringing in our boundary riders, Chris Curtis and Blake Tennant.
Yes, good. Thanks, Jared. Always good to see you on the commentary team as well. It's great to see, and Chris as well. And as you mentioned, I will touch on as well. So D'Alfonso comes in for Taylor Garner, which is a big one for a South Belgrave point of view. No changes as well for Beaconsfield as well, so they go unchanged, which is good to see as well from last week's big win over Montrose, of course. And conditions-wise, I think the old saying is at Baronia that on your right of your screen there, that's where the wind is. It's definitely kicking on down there. We all saw that yesterday if you were down here at Tormore Reserve. So big stakes in this game.
Indeed. Chris Curtis down the boundary line. How are you feeling about this game?
Boys, I'm down here and I am very excited. High tier matchup we've got ahead of us. Just starting to get a few drops of rain, I think, slowly but surely, but very excited for what's ahead.
Thank you very much, Chris. So we'll get your tips as well.
Beaconsfield, 13 points.
I'm going to go Beaconsfield by 7, boys.
Alrighty. And tips from around the table as Ryan Long has also joined us in the special commentary booth.
Thank you, Jared. I'll go different. I'll stick with South Belgrave hesitantly, but I'll tip the Saints by 8 points.
Exactly what I'm going to go.
Here we go.
I'm going to give South Belgrave another chance.
Yep. Paul Uconi?
I'm going to go Beaconsfield by 2.
I'm going to go Beaconsfield by 4. Josh Ward?
Beaconsfield by 10 points for myself.
The ball's raised aloft by the umpire, and it's Josh Ward to bring us away.
Charlie Muley up against Mitch Garner in this first ruck contest. The latter wins the tap down as the siren goes again out here at Tormore Reserve. We have a bit of a
shortest quarter ever.
So 15 seconds and we've already had 2 sirens as this ball tossed back up. Muley gets front position. Garner won the tap down from behind. It's South Belgrave kicking to the right of your radio dial. Beaconsfield to the left as South Belgrave look to get it out to Brodie Connolly. Instead there, it's Aiden Kidd who's wrapped up. Some good pressure from Beaconsfield. Sending it inside 50 is Hayden Brown. Coming across from the side, doing really well with South Belgrave, man. They try to get it out to Will Bromley, who's wrapped up immediately. And we'll have a ball up. A good tackle from Ethan Harris, coming back into the lineup this weekend after serving a one-match ban last weekend, or a couple of weeks off, I should say, is this ball. It's won by Garner. The clearance by South Belgrave. Although Beaconsfield do well to turn it over, and they get a high free kick. Devon Smith at the left half forward flank, around 55 metres out from goal. He sends it in the direction of Jafar Oka, who came in from the side and took a ripping mark. And this, if he kicks it, will be a very crucial first goal for Beaconsfield, kicking against a pretty handy breeze for South Belgrave.
This guy's got a bit of X factor about him, Jafar Oka. I've always liked him. I reckon he's a really important cog for Beaconsfield. He could be a match winner for them this afternoon.
Kicked 25 goals in 14 games this season. Missed the final last year for Beaconsfield due to injury as he comes in now. Straight over the goal umpire's hat. Beaconsfield have the first of this Eastland match of the round, kicking against the breeze. 1 straight 6. South Belgrave yet to score. 2 minutes played here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
And Brash, we're going to say it probably a lot across the broadcast, but goals to the left side, to the scoreboard end of the ground is so vital. And as you said, he is a match winner. If they get going, usually he's kicking 3 or 4 goals and can turn a game on its head.
You know, the funny thing about this too, when we're talking about goals against the breeze, actually, a goal against the breeze could be worth 2.5 goals today. Because the scoring has been very low.
Great call by Josh Ward to get us started. So Garner against Muley in the ruck. A bit of a secondary tap. Was trying to break away was Devon Smith for Beaconsfield. Gets it out to Delarue. He's got some time and space, but shanked the kick a little bit. Garner got in the way, juggled it and dropped it. So now Beaconsfield recover. Harris. It's going to be in dispute here. Scooped up by Bartels. Gets it off to the runner in Walls. Kick down the line just towards the arc there, but spilled out of hands. Beaconsfield recover, but that kick was cut off. It was Doherty and straight down the throat of Simonson for the Saints. Kicks to a pack. It was a centering ball as well. Scooped up, snapped towards the top of the goal square. Has it gone through? No, it was touched, and I believe that was Garner. So just the one behind for South Belgrave to open their scoring. It's 1 straight 6 Beaconsfield, 1 behind South Belgrave. 3 minutes gone to the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Brandon White with this kick in, elects to go to the far side of Tormore Reserve. Taking the strong mark there was Charlie Muley at the right half-back flank. Looked for options inboard, but might be forced to go down the line, which he does now to true centre wing on the far side. There's a big pack that forms. South Belgrave player flew. It's out the back. Ocker was there. Johnston dug it out, got it to Smith. Now to Ocker, who's out of bounds. And this ball will be tossed back into play right in front of the finals ribbon out here at Tormore Reserve. Forward of centre for Beaconsfield, who lead 1 straight 6, as Jared said. South Belgrave 1 behind, 3.5 minutes gone in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. As it's ball back into play, Garner got a decent tap down. Gave away a free kick though, did South Belgrave, and it's going to Kate Delarue. Dabbing ball was a dangerous one, but it's still got to Hayden Brown. Handball immediately to Merrick, who shrugged off one, sends it inside forward 50, cut off by Mitch Garner, who just went from true centre-half back to true centre-half forward, bustling his way through. Tim Smith tried to find the running Costa. It'll be turned over and Beaconsfield have the chance to rebound. Damien Johnston in the middle of Tormore Reserve sends it in the direction of Muley, who takes the mark. And he's got a player over the top in Mackay Bateson, but decides to go back. And this will be an even tougher shot than Ocker's before. That'll be a terrific goal from the former Berwick man, come across to Beaconsfield this past season. Kicking from around the 50-metre arc on a slide angle as he comes in now. It looks like it's drifting to the left. It is. It misses everything. Score remains 1 straight 6 Beaconsfield. South Belgrave 1 behind. We've played 5 minutes in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Will Bromley to take the kick in for South Belgrave. Searching for options. A couple of leads present themselves. Liam Kidd was one of them, but he's going to go further to Costa. But getting in the way was Muley. Great mark there, intercepting South Belgrave's run. He's going to centre the ball. It was a good, low, sharp kick, and it was marked by Ship. Kick and a half from goal. Decides to go even further laterally, and it was Mowat who's going to go further still towards the pocket, and a great diving mark taken by Mackay Bateson. And he points as if he's going to go for home.
Been really impressed in the opening 5 minutes. Beaconsfield have settled very, very well and are moving the ball quite nicely against the breeze.
Paul Uconi in the Stat Centre.
Yeah, Beaconsfield have already taken 3 inside 50 marks to zip.
They've been very composed, haven't they, going forward, Beaconsfield, and that's impressive on such a windy day. Mackay Bateson, 7 goals for the year. He's actually set it up, and getting in the way was Liam Kidd. Tackled to ground.
I think that might have been touched off the boot, Jared.
It had to have been.
Looked like it definitely went the 15 metres.
Because the ball looked like a shank in the end.
Paul Uconi once more.
The inside 50s are also 5-1 the way of Beaconsfield.
It's been an impressive start, and a free kick being picked out from that ruck contest, and Casey Wasilko won the ruck lotto. So he will go back to line up for the second goal for Beaconsfield. He's kicked just the 1 goal for the year. Former officer player. And he's just stabbed at it. And he kept it narrow, kept it right. And it was just the 1 behind for the Eagles. 1-1-7 to 1 behind South Belgrave. Nearly 7 minutes gone in this first quarter. Josh Ward.
As South Belgrave elect to go to this broadcast side. A couple of one-on-ones. Couldn't take the mark there. Could Finn Devine. Smith wraps him up. Umpire will call for it right in front of us. In the van out here at Tormore Reserve for the Eastland match of the round between South Belgrave and Beaconsfield. Sprash.
Early score from Jubilee Park. South Croydon 1-1-7 leading Vermont yet to score.
As Garner won that tap down, Peters was wrapped up by 2 Beaconsfield opponents. One of those, Charlie Muley. Been very impressive in ruck to start this game, has Muley, with his work rate across the ground as well. It was Garner who won that hit out. Got it down to Bromley, who's corralled out of bounds. And the ball once again be tossed back into play right in front of us and right in front of the boundary riders, Brash.
6 minutes into the first quarter, Croydon 1-1-7 leading Waverley Blues yet to score.
As Muley won that tap down, looking for Devon Smith. Stoko might run onto it. Instead, it's going to be his opponent in Bromley. Couldn't escape the Stoko tackle, and this ball will be tossed up. 8 minutes played here in this first quarter. South Belgrave 1 behind, Beaconsfield 1-1-7.
On the wing here, on either side for either attack, but it was Garner to take the ball out of the ruck contest, slap it downfield, but the contest saw the ball go over the boundary line once more, get another throw in. Brash back into the score centre.
Yeah, 3 minutes into the first quarter, Div 4 preliminary final. Churnside's trailing 1 goal against White Elves Pioneers. 1-6, Churnside yet to score.
Thank you very much, Brash. We are very interested to see how the scores unfold throughout this day. Lots of finals being played across the eastern suburbs today. Massive implications for premiership chances, of course, as we've had another couple of ball ups through this passage of play. No real movement on the field.
Tackles so far are 7-5 the way of South Belgrave.
Thank you very much, Paul. It's South Belgrave trying to lock it in as much as they can, it seems. Beaconsfield pushed it towards the line there once more, and over she goes into the interchange bench of Beaconsfield.
I reckon, Ryan, 10 minutes into the first quarter, you're in front 1-1 to 1 point. Mick Fogarty would be real happy against the breeze.
It certainly would be.
Stoko lays a big tackle, and once more we'll get a ball up.
And it's going to be one of those, as too, Brash, that the wind will pick up and go at certain times during the quarters.
Garner got the thump down. It's going to trickle towards the boundary line once more. Seeing it over was Caden Black.
For all the good work that Mitch Garner does, he needs to really hit his targets, right, directing the ball so that his on-ballers can start running onto it.
Well, it's funny you say that, Brash, because I was looking at the stats before. I'll actually come back to that because Jake Bout's got the ball. He's bouncing it down the wing, kicks it towards the top of the goal square. Ocker is there. He's got Nuku for company. Bounces in the favour of Nuku and over the boundary line. He'll be happy to see that. Ocker says it's deliberate. Umpire disagrees. So back to the hit-out stats. I saw in the first game these two teams played this year, South Belgrave got 117 hit-outs to 15. 3 were to advantage, according to the stats, which is quite remarkable. So on this throw in, We've got Meyer there. He just lost handle on the ball. Merrick now receives for Beaconsfield, runs with it this way and that. He's going to snap the goal, isn't he? No. Just the one behind. Impressive stuff by Sam Merrick, though, showing good agility.
And Brash, they're looking lively when they do get an inside their forward 50, even before with Ocker chasing down an opponent.
That was a really good kick by Bowd because he actually played to Ocker's strength there.
It's the kick-ins on the far side, left back pocket for South Belgrave, right in front of the scoreboard. And in the hands of Jordan Nuko, who sends it to true centre wing. There's going to be a holding free kick going in the direction of Brandon White. Coming off 36 disposals last weekend against Montrose. Had a terrific outing against the D's, a terrific season as his ball was looking for Ocker. Just getting the spoil in was Braden Ryan, and it's seen out of bounds.
Just going back to that play there where the South Belgrave player kicked that ball, it almost like the kicking hope. It didn't actually look like there was any purpose to it.
No.
It looks like there's a lot more purpose in this Beaconsfield lineup as Bowd nearly got the intercept mark. He'll pick up the ground ball here, but he fumbles it. It's out the back. Darcy Walls is around this. He applies the tackle, and we'll have a ball up. Great to see Darcy Walls back into the lineup as well after a couple of weeks off, and was recently introduced Coma Brush.
12 minutes into the first quarter of the first semi-final, Jubilee Park, Vermont, 2 goals, 12 points. South Croydon, 1-1-7.
As Muley's tapped down, tried to find Brown, but instead it's South Belgrave sending it to their left half forward flank. No mark taking. Kylie's on the ground. He's wrapped up by the two Stokos, Trent and Tyler. This ball will once again be tossed up. Paul Ukone in the Stats Centre.
Clearances so far are 4-2 the way of Beaconsfield.
Yes, once again we go. Muley might have given away a free kick. In fact, he's gotten a free kick. Blocking set the umpire. Ultra impressive start from Muley. Got it out wide here to Hayden Broth. Got a handball option in Mounter to Stoko. They're working this well through hands, but a bone-crunching tackle from Brodie Connolly. And that will result in a ball up forward of centre for Beaconsfield on the far side.
I can see how these two teams managed to get 122 or whatever number it was stoppages between them the first time they played each other, because it's been stoppage after stoppage today. But a free kick's been picked out this time. It's going to go the way of South Belgrave.
Kid's had a fantastic year too, the skipper.
Yeah. He has. He's going to send it down the line. It's a long one. Comes off hands. Just spills to ground. D'Alfonso kicks it high up and under. Punched back to ground. Nearly scooped up by Ship, but he was tackled without it, so he'll earn the free kick, and Beaconsfield will retain possession once more. Now let's see where they can go with this one, because they have had more purpose with ball in hand, Beaconsfield. Let's see if that can shine through here. Mounter takes the mark. He's going to switch the angles, but get it back to Ship. He ran straight into the tackle of Caden Black, and body slams him afterwards. Gee, that could have been 25.
That should be 25.
Yeah. That was not...
Dodged a bullet there.
Yeah, that was not a good look there by Josh Mounter, but Caden Black, he's going to send it forward for South Belgrave. Comes off hands once more. Beaconsfield got possession, but it was smothered. Now South Belgrave sharing it round. Tackled, however. The pressure from Beaconsfield is ramping up. Daniel Wine couldn't do much with it.
Interesting enough, I reckon Beaconsfield are trying real hard to take control of the spine, where South Belgrave are prepared to play the flanks. Don't necessarily agree with that move, especially if you're kicking with the breeze in the first quarter.
Ball was in dispute for a while after that ball up, but Wasilko was able to get a handball away. Might have to go back after it. Stoko was there. This is Tyler. He was tackled to ground, and South Belgrave hold them up once more. We've gone 14 and a half minutes in the first quarter. It's Beaconsfield 1-8. South Belgrave, one behind in the semi-final of Division 1.
As Costa was wrapped up by Josh Mounter. Played a couple of VFL games this season as well as Josh Mounter, alongside the likes of Cade Delarue and Kobe Ship. Bright prospects for Beaconsfield as Garner sends it inside forward 50. A really good mark. Speaking of Kobe Ship, he's taken that intercept mark. Goes out wide looking for Mounter. Is at the right half back flank. Smith sees it out of bounds.
Plays for Frankston, doesn't he, Mounter?
I believe so. And I think it's Delarue who might... I believe he plays on North Melbourne's VFL list. And it's Ship who plays for Casey Demons. They're stacked with VFL talent, both of these sides, particularly Beaconsfield.
Yeah, good pedigree.
As this ball... It gets out into the hands there of Hayden Broth. Got it to Damien Johnston. Shrugging off one tackle there was Hayden Brown. Sends it to centre wing on the far side. Ocker flies. Couldn't take the mark. Was Silco's there on the ground, but Nuku sees it out of bounds.
Brody Connolly's down.
The other thing too is Damien Johnson's also a match winner for Beaconsfield because if he gets going, he can kick multiple goals and very quickly.
Certainly works hard in midfield as well. Does one of the leaders of this Beaconsfield lineup. Is getting his way out of trouble there was Blake Simonson. One of the new recruits to this South Belgrave lineup this season. They have it on the centre wing on this broadcast side in the hands of Daniel Wine. Sends it inside forward 50. And a good hit-up lead. The mark taken by Christopher Durgaz, who's playing his first senior game today. Kicked plenty of the season, I should say.
Brash, first time they got a bit of space and had a bit of run there.
Yeah. That's what they've been looking for in the opening 15 minutes.
It's Durgaz. We have the perfect view of this from a slide angle, kicking from probably the 50-metre arc. Kicked plenty of goals in the reserves this season. As it's just drifting to the right.
Oh.
It is in! That's a great finish from Christopher Durgaz. And 16 and a half minutes into this first quarter, South Belgrave have their first. 1-1-7 the Saints. Beaconsfield 1-2-8 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, judged it very well. It was tight and it looked like it was pushing right in the last second, but was able to sneak through. And that's one they really needed, particularly with the way Beaconsfield has started this game and have probably won more of the territory.
You'd almost think that if you're going to try and kick goals from this side, you've got to sort of aim left inside the left goal post to allow for the wind to just carry it, because the wing will take it late.
And a 6-6-6 infringement by the looks of it. Casey Wasilko will take the free kick, hands it straight off. Devon Smith to send it inside the forward line. It's just come off hands. South Belgrave, well, they're trying to force it out. No, Beaconsfield stop that. Johnson just gets a kick away. Mounter was there, but it's Harris now. Scoops it up and back out to Mounter. He's got time and space to weigh his options up into the pocket. Ocker went over his head. He's in the pocket. Could he burst through the defenders here? No. South Belgrave able to rush it for Beaky's third behind of the day, 139. South Belgrave 117. Nearly 18 minutes gone in this first quarter. Josh Ward.
As the kick in from Walls goes straight through the spine, and it was a really good kick in. Phil Costa, he can send it inside forward 50 where there's Smith, but there's a player at the back for South Belgrave who might run onto it. He can't. Caden Black, and it's seen out of bounds right half forward flank for South Belgrave, around 50 metres out from their goal, but that just shows the wind playing a big role.
2 kicks.
We're seeing a little bit more purpose from South Belgrave in their ball movement in the past 5 minutes.
They wouldn't mind a couple of more goals heading into quarter time. Up with this breeze as Costa read the tap well. Black didn't read his handball well, and we'll have another boundary throw in. This time inside forward 50 for South Belgrave. 8.5 minutes gone. The Saints 1-1-7, trail Beaconsfield 1-2-8 as up this ball goes again. Benson from behind got the tap down. Stoko was wrapped up by Black, and once again we have another ball up.
So South Belgrave, they've got it locked inside their forward line for a bit. They've enjoyed the stoppages, I suppose, because it's stopped Beaconsfield's movement. Trying to burst his way through. That was Josh Mounter once more. Sorry, Damien Johnson actually, just to the fore. So the umpire to take the ball up once more. Semi-final between these two teams. And you can feel the pressure. Brash in the score centre.
Premier Division, Vermont 2 goals, South Croydon 1-1-7, 19 gone.
Thank you very much. Fascinating scores around the grounds, of course. We'll be giving those to you all day. Doing a bit of a barrel roll with Sean Bartels. Was able to get the handball away, but Beaconsfield, they were able to intercept it. Stoko and Johnson linked up. Jafar Ocker taps it in front of him. He's got 2 to beat. He's got the agility to do so. Just gets away. No, fantastic tackle. Brilliant stuff there by Nuku. And
it's on here.
It is on indeed. Ocker and Nuku, they had a bit of a to-do on the ground there. And they're going at it, jeez.
They're still going.
Oof.
A fair bit in this.
The umpire's doing well to just get the ball going, because you really don't want to be out of position at this point if you're one of the other team. Free kick given away, and South Belgrave will take it. It's Liam Kidd, the captain. Nope, it's going to Keeley instead. So still South Belgrave hands on the ball. Keeley kicks it down. Connolly shoved his man out of the way, and that's a clear free kick to Merrick. So a bit
Boys
of
down on the boundary. Did you hear much that started that off, or?
Yeah, what's the gossip?
Yeah, I think it was just the tackle. It happens a lot in footy where they get to the boundary and they just want to fight each other. So it's a bit like that. Joffa Oka just wanted to throw through and he kept going. So he's a bit fighter, Joffa.
It's come towards Beacon. Jafar. Thought he escaped the country.
Jafar, sorry. Yeah, that's the one. And they're going at it again. You see that a lot in local footy, and especially AFL. They just want to fight each other after when they get on the boundary throwing, boys.
Wasilko goes up against, that was Lachlan Benson in the ruck contest. Merrick now tackles Peters. Just lost handle on the ball. Costa went in, tried the don't argue, didn't work. And it's been a free kick given away here to Kay Delarue. He's going to go lateral here. He had Jack Doherty on the outside. He's going to go further still. Brow takes the mark. Hayden Brow, and he's inside 50 where he took the mark. He's maybe just on his limit here. And he does think that he may not have been able to kick the goal. So Devon Smith was the option. Wider still, though.
Yeah, whilst I can understand the option was there, and you've got to honour the lead, I don't actually necessarily believe he's kicked it to a guy in a better position.
No, it's a harder angle to negotiate and not really that much further in. But Devon Smith is going to give it a shot. 5 goals for the year for this man. Well, it's really going to come to the top of the goal square, off hands and over.
That's going to hold up in the wind quite a bit when it goes down that end of the ground.
Yeah, it was a shallow entry for Beaconsfield.
There's always that big... It's very important for those defenders to make sure they spoil that through.
1-4-10 Beaconsfield. South Belgrave 1-1-7 as the kick in. Finds its intended target. And the short ball is a good one to Liam Kidd onto his left. Going straight through the middle of Tormore Reserve. Finds Daniel Wind, who has it a true centre-half back. Sends it to the far side wing, where the mark is taken by his teammate, who sends it inside 50. Looking for the lead of Darcy Walls, who's gone up forward. On the ground is Delarue. Spinning his way out of trouble was Mott. Got it out to his teammate. And Delarue manages to find Kobe Shipp, who's under pressure from Costa. Manages to keep it in, does Costa. Finds Brody Connolly. Handball was a good one to Peters. Sends it inside 50. Muley's in the hole. Took the intercept mark at the right half-back flank for Beaconsfield. And we'll look to just take a bit of time off the clock. The Eagles lead 1-4-10. South Belgrave 1-1-7. 23 and a quarter minutes played here in this first quarter of the Eastland match of the round, as the kick will be cut off by Muley's opposing ruck in Mitch Garner. Got Simonson calling for it in the middle of the ground and gets it to him now. Got a lead short, decides to go longer. Smith's out the back. Can he pick it up? He can't. Brandon White did well. Got it to Devine. They're under pressure though, Beaconsfield. They won't want to concede here, but Smith might have other ideas. Gets it to Degas, who just hits the post. South Belgrave 1-8. Beaconsfield 1-4-10. 24 minutes gone in this first quarter on the Biddigo Bank scoreboard.
So bringing it in will be Brandon White. Definitely one of the best players for Beaconsfield. He's so experienced. 4 years at Sandringham in the VFL. Sent it out wide. Garner nearly took the one-handed mark. Well, I say nearly. It went over the boundary line in the end. 24 minutes gone. Beaconsfield 9, South Belgrave 8. Semi-final action coming to you live from Tormore Reserve. Thanks for joining us on the Facebook and YouTube streams and Eastern 98.1. We've also got scores around the grounds throughout the day. Wayne Brasher.
23 minutes into the first quarter, Waverley Blues 2-2-14, leading Croydon 2-1-13.
Thank you very much. Close stuff there in the Division 2 semi-final. But back here in Division 1, Stoko marched away from the stoppage. His handball was a little bit off for Brown, so they're just going to have to try and force it into the forward line of Beaconsfield. South Belgrave were able to get back and defend well. Short chipping option, or it just flummoxed, bowed there, and South Belgrave trying to keep it going forward. Out to Keeley, tackled, got the handball away. It wasn't well directed. Brow is there for Beaconsfield. Absolute scrum right now. Good hand-to-hand combat. Shirts come off, and it's all it's all happening. And the ball up was inevitable. The siren goes, and right on the siren, bit of rough play against Degach there it was, I think, but nothing doing. So thank you so much for joining us for the Eastland match of the round. South Belgrave versus Beaconsfield. At quarter time, it's South Belgrave 128, Beaconsfield 139. And right after this, we'll have an interview with one of the coaches and the second quarter.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Tormore Reserve for the semi-final between South Belgrave and Beaconsfield. At quarter time, it's South Belgrave 128, Beaconsfield 139. Close, tight tussle here at Tormore Reserve. Very tense, and neither team breaking away, Josh.
No, definitely not. But Beaconsfield will be over the moon, kicking into the breeze, which is going to the right of your radio dial if you're tuning in on Radio Eastern 98.1, and it's going to be the end that Beaconsfield kicked to in this second quarter. They'd be over the moon with how they started, Jared.
Indeed, and Brash, you'd agree with that as well, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, look, put it this way. I was just saying off air. South Belgrave, they've lost their run, their structure.
Mm-hmm.
No, they used to be free flowing through the midfield. All of a sudden, I sort of feel like they've been a little defensive.
Yep.
I mean, look, technically, this is a 3-4 goal win.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I don't reckon they didn't make use of it, I don't think.
No, completely
And that's good.
agree.
But let's not take anything away from Beaconsfield, because I reckon if you want to play the perfect quarter in a wind-driven game in a semi-final, they played it.
Indeed.
Right, and now the ball is right in their court, and South Belgrave now are going to have to call on their back six are going to have to play an extraordinary second quarter to not go in any more than 3 or 4 goals down at half-time.
Yeah, Mick Fogarty's going to be very happy with that, isn't he?
Yeah, and I think some of those South Belgrave defenders, like Jordan Nuku, I thought when he was around the ball, he did really well. Obviously conceded that goal to Jafar Ocker, who's going to be massive for Beaconsfield if they are to get a pretty decent buffer, Brush.
Yeah, I got a quarter-time score at Jubilee Park in the elimination final in Premier Division. It looks like here Vermont have been kicked with the win. They lead 5-4-34 to South Croydon 1-1-7. Let's have a look at some of these other games as they...
Bulldogs are going to need to respond there for sure. That's a very worrying scoreline for them. A good season could be over just in a flash.
Well, I think we've probably got to wait till half-time, I reckon, before we can make a judgment call. Div 2, probably near quarter time here, 29 gone. We've got Waverley Blues 2-2-14 leading Croydon 2-1-13. And in Leodamat's 300th game for Churnside Park this afternoon, we've got quarter time, I believe, quarter time we've got White Horse Pioneers 2-3-15
Boundary.
at East Ringwood, leading Churnside 1-2-8.
Chris Curtis has got Heath Black, I believe.
Yeah, boys, I'm down here with Heath Black. Heath, how did you see that first quarter from your perspective?
Yeah, just a pretty good contest. Beaky sort of got their running game going, defended really well. We're just going to have to do the same here. It's conditions are probably backed off a little bit, but still really, really difficult. So it's quite tactical. We're just probably a little bit fumbly below the knees as well. So hopefully we can just get back in it, be a bit more composed, because at the moment it's just a bit of chaos, I'd say. But hopefully get him in. We had a good chat and we reset, mate.
And you mentioned you wanted to go a bit more defensive this quarter. How important is that, especially now that Beaconsfield will have the wind in their favour?
Yeah, I think both teams will play 7 or 8 defenders behind the footy, so we just we'll do the same. So it's just it's a tactical thing, but I think it just comes down to effort, mate.
No worries, best of luck. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chris. Always good to hear from Heath Black. Blake Tennant, what have you got from the Beaconsfield huddle?
Yes, just listening into Mick Fogarty, what he had to say, geez, it was something that's listened to, very motivating. He's just got that passion for the footy club, just talking about, that to attack the contest after contest. It's been really well. The tackling pressure from Beaconsfield has been through the roof, and he feels like they're just getting a little bit sucked in to what they're doing, more than what they're doing with the footy, boys.
Quarter number 2 gets underway. Josh Ward to take us away.
Kidd got the clearance out to Will Bromley, sends it to the left half forward flank for South Belgrave. Costa is there, bounce favoured him, put the don't argue on one, got it back to Blake Simonson. His kick was a worm burner, intercepted by Kate Delarue, got it back to White, straight through the middle of Tormore Reserve. He goes, and taking a good mark is Kobe Ship. A pretty impressive start to this game as well for Ship, as his ball is inside 50, looking for Wasilko. Threw it out, and the free kick will go in the direction of Lachlan Benson, the former Narry Warrior man, another player coming across to South Belgrave this season. Sends it to true centre wing right in front of us in the broadcast position. Garner was in front spot. It's picked up by Costa. Backwards handball will be turned over. Declan Curran high up and on the ball to the right half forward flank. Coming in from the side and taking the great juggling mark. Kobe Ship takes a bounce. He can take another. He might even angle for goal. Misses to the right. That would have been... If we had a Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day award, it definitely would have been if it had gone through. But it's just a minor score. Beaconsfield 1-4-10. Leading South Belgrave 1-2-8. We've played a minute and a quarter in this second quarter on the Betty Go Bank scoreboard.
Darcy Walls to take the kick in. Played every game for South Belgrave in 2022. Has had an interrupted couple of seasons since then. He's going to send it out to the outer side. The Flyers go up, bringing it down. That was very impressive by Kona Mowat, just standing under that and taking the intercept mark. He's going to weigh his options, centre the ball, just kicked it over the head of a teammate though. Kidd is in there for South Belgrave, tackled by 2 and holding the ball.
That was a good tackle there.
That was an excellent double tackle by the Eagles. Good forward pressure, and it's Josh Mounter to take the free kick.
Interesting, Heath Black said he'll play a defensive 8 in this quarter. Well, then that means there are 2 open players for Beaconsfield that they'll need, that they can try and exploit.
They can set the wall up with those 2 extra players and just keep sending it down forward. And the recipient of this thrust forward is Mounter. 5 goals for the year.
Inside the left goal post, he's got to kick it.
The wind, obviously, a factor today. How has he navigated it? He's done just that. He's kicked the goal. Beaconsfield get their second. So a great start to the second quarter for the Eagles, following up good work from the previous quarter, kicking with the wind now and making the most of that momentum. 2-5-17 Beaconsfield, 1-2-8 South Belgrave.
Well, you're right, Jared, and the key word, of course, there is momentum. And can they now continue that with the breeze in this quarter? 9 points is nice, but a 4 to 5 goal lead would be much better. And particularly, they've got a chance to be able to do that right now. They've got the opportunity. The game is in their hands.
Did exactly as you did. Brashed at Josh Mounter. Went straight over the goal umpire's hat as well as Garner got the clearance to Mataro D'Alfonso. Handball looking for Kidd. Was intercepted. Ball in dispute. Again in the middle of Tormore Reserve. D'Alfonso wrapped up by 2 Beaconsfield players.
The one thing I've got to say, the difference between the two sides, and Heath Black alluded to, South Belgrave are very fumbly beneath the knees at the moment. They just can't pick the ball up.
Black's locked up in that tackle there by Cade Delarue. So once again, we get a ball up. Garner took matters into his own hands. Got it back to Liam Kidd. Handball looking for Costa. Will be intercepted by Doherty. And the ball is now seen out of bounds by Miles Curry. And this ball will be tossed back into play right in front of our boundary riders. We've played 4 minutes in this second quarter.
Where are they? I don't see them.
We're in the interchange box, Ryan.
Okay.
Got the perfect spot here.
Josh can see through the metal, I suppose.
Got X-ray vision. That's Charlie Muley. Sends it inside forward 50 for Beaconsfield. In the meanwhile, Smith playing defence. Got the spoil in. Looking for Jack Myers. Fumbled at the wrong moment, but still composed himself. Got it back. And they work this out through hands through South Belgrave. They got the kick through Charlie Peters out to the far side. It's intercepted by Cade Delarue.
There's that wall.
They're set up really well.
They are set up indeed as Delarue looks to go to true centre-half forward. Mark taken by Devon Smith. Had a solid game in midfield, a solid season in midfield as he looks in the Muley direction, went over his head. The ball is out of bounds in the right forward pocket, right in front of the Beaconsfield faithful, who'll be pretty happy. They lead 2-5-17 the Eagles. South Belgrave 1-2-8. 5 minutes gone in this second quarter on the Betty Go Bank scoreboard.
South Belgrave, will they be able to escape from this? Will Beaconsfield be able to lock it in as they've done so nicely? Whistle's gone, and it's a free kick from the ruck contest. Looks like it's been brought back, so the umpire decided the throw-in was a little off-centre. We'll do it all again. Wasilko gets the tap down. Roved by Kidd, however. Smothered ball as South Belgrave tried to exit defence, and the tackling pressure in forward 50 is excellent from Beaconsfield, and it's earned themselves a shot at goal.
No, well, I think it is.
Ball up, I think.
No, ball up.
I think the umpire changed his mind the last minute.
Ocker in the ruck contest takes the leap. Benson was there, and he was able to get the handball out, but intercept Mark from that kick out of defence. Mark's been taken by Finn Devine.
A kick in hope, 2-on-1.
Indeed, and it seems like that's all that South Belgrave have in their arsenal at the moment. Devine's kick was miscued, hit the ground, and there's another scrap. Stacks on, ball up. Paul Yukoni in the stat centre.
Beaconsfield with the early territory dominance in this second term. It is 5 inside 50s to zip.
What can South Belgrave do to turn this around? Garner gets the handball away, and it's just gone straight to Mowat. Inside forward 50, it's a high ball. Ocker the target, but standing under at Beaconsfield, it was Ship. And South Belgrave to clear the lines briefly. Beaconsfield putting all the pressure on. Well worked out by Costa, I believe. But the kick, again, as you said, Ryan, a kick in hope, and this time over the boundary line.
But it's a good result. Obviously, it wasn't the best kick, but just gained the territory and got a stoppage out here on the far side, which they haven't had for a few minutes.
So if they're going to try and work it through territory and stoppages, maybe that's the best way out. Garner, though, strength in the ruck contest, just takes it. Beaconsfield have numbers at the ball. Curran is one of those. Tackled immediately, and that's holding the man. I thought he took possession of it. That's harsh against Dagach. So Curran weighs his options up. He's going to go down the line. High ball onto the wing. Muley the target, but standing in front of him was Bromley. He took the mark. The wind didn't help Beaconsfield in that instance. Bromley now, well, he had a good option, I thought, but it was spoiled away, and Kidd roves it. South Belgrave to go forward. Peters, kick was smothered. Excellent work by Mowat. And he was able to stop the Saints' charge in its tracks.
Bit impressed with Mowat's game as well. Part of that under-19s premiership last year for Beaconsfield as Smith dug it out, looking for Delarue. They've got it on the outside now, do the Eagles, and they're looking in the direction of Jafar Ocker. Bounce doesn't favour him. Nuku taps it looking for Walls, who sees it out of bounds.
Yeah, but Ocker didn't... He needs to be a little bit more aggressive at the contest because he stopped and prodded, thinking that the ball was going to come his way on the bounce. You got to attack the contest.
Ball toss back into play. Garner front position and the tap down. Brown the clearance though. It's South Belgrave who intercept it. Bromley will get this ball back at the left half back flank. Looks to send it into the middle, and it was a dangerous kick, but the good mark taken by Braden Ryan. Has it a true centre half back for South Belgrave. Sends it to the right half back flank to Tim Smith. Eyes starting into the centre wing on the far side. White intercepted it. Got it to Moat. His stabbing ball over the top was a really good one. Found Hayden Brough.
And if I'm Mick Fogarty and I'm seeing Tim Smith getting a kick off the half back flank, then I'm happy.
As the kick was nearly intercepted, it will be now. D'Alfonso got a player running over the top in Damien Gutter. Handball option over the top is Caden Black, who's going to run into an open goal. And that's the response that South Belgrave needed against the Breeze. They get their second. 2-2-14 the Saints. Beaconsfield 2-5-17. 9 minutes gone. Second quarter. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, best piece for the day, Ryan.
Yeah, right, it has. And their 2 goals is when they've actually been able to get him off the transition and get a bit of space, and Black running on to the end of that one. Much needed goal against the flow of play.
Yeah, Beaconsfield defence just overcommitted a little bit there by the looks of it. Brash in the score centre.
7 minutes into the second quarter at Jubilee Park. Vermont 7-4-46, leading South Croydon 1-1-7.
Wow.
Vermont bringing all that momentum from perhaps a wind-affected first quarter straight into the second quarter and not stopping at all. So from the clearance, neither of the rucks got a touchdown. Bartels, though, worked it out. Keeley tackled by Stoko. They're sharing it around well. Bartels, who pushed forward from that clearance, has got a shot at goal, but it's gone left. So South Belgrave suddenly threatening now. Brash, more scores.
6 minutes into the second quarter, Waverley Blues 3-3-21, leading Croydon 3-2-20.
Out here at Tormore, it's 2 points the margin in Beaconsfield's favour is Brown. They're going through the middle of Tormore Reserve. It's Damien Johnston who has it. Sends it to the left half forward flank, and the mark is taken by Kobe Ship, who sends it inside 50, looking for Bateson up against 2. He'll pick it up cleanly, spin his way out of trouble to Wasilko. Snap on goal's a good one.
Poor.
That's a great piece of play from Mackay Bateson, tucked up to the boundary. Sets it up for Casey Wasilko, who kicks his first goal of this game. And Beaconsfield get that handy buffer again. 8 points the margin. 3-5-23 Beaconsfield to South Belgrave 2-3-15. 10 and 3/4 minutes gone. Second quarter. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Seem to have all the answers at the moment, Beaky, Ryan.
Yeah, they do, and from coast to coast, and made the most of that forward 50 entry.
South Belgrave, they got to make the most of their entries, because if they kick a goal, it goes back to the centre. If they don't, it goes into Beaconsfield's hand, and the Saints just seem to be struggling to defend the Eagles' ball movement. Brash, some more scores.
9 minutes into the second quarter of the Div 4 preliminary final sees Whitehorse 3-3-21, leading Churnside Park 2-5-17.
Nearly getting the clearance there was Wasilko, but free kick going the way of Lockie Benson from the centre. So South Belgrave...
They've got no one to kick it to.
No, there's no movement down the field for them, and that's a surprise. And that's exactly what happens. Mowat, playing an excellent game, has intercepted with a mark. His kick was a little off-centre. Not fantastic. Stoko's going to have to mop up a bit of a mess, but he runs straight into the tackle of Braden Ryan, and we'll have a ball up. Right in the centre of the ground. Let's go down to Chris Curtis.
Yeah, boys, we mentioned before South Belgrave starting to get a bit of momentum in the game. It just looks like in the last few minutes they've reverted back to the man-on-man style instead of sending one or two spare back.
Interesting stuff there.
Well, they've got to attack here, South Belgrave. They can't afford to let Beaconsfield be 2 or 3 goals up at half-time.
No, that's right.
Kidd tries to get that attack going, and, well, it panicked the midfielders of Beaconsfield because they took him without the ball, And Kidd earns himself a free kick. Kick and a half from goal. Where is the movement from the forwards of the Saints? There it is, and it's Garner. It's Damien Garner who's taken the mark. One of the major goal kickers for South Belgrave, of course. He's kicked 31 goals this year. Not quite an improvement on his 2022 where he kicked 42.
If they're going to win this game this afternoon, he's got to fire. He has to fire.
Yeah, needs 3 or 4 this afternoon.
Yeah, either him or Smith. Probably both have to fire. And he comes. He's just shanked it right across the face. I thought it was a good kick off the boot, but it was only long. It was not accurate. And it was out on the full.
Gee, that's a wasted opportunity, really.
And it's in the hands of Brandon White, the ever-reliable Brandon White. Sends it to this broadcast side wing. Benson from behind nearly got hands onto it. Bartel's trying to spin his way out of trouble. Couldn't and was pinged. Against some really great pressure from Beaconsfield. They've been on today as they were last weekend against Montrose. Paul Yukone in the Stats Centre.
Tackles in this second quarter are 7-4 the way of Beaconsfield.
They've certainly brought the heat onto South Belgrave as Ocker comes in from the side. Just went over the top of him and it's seen out of bounds for a boundary throw-in.
I would say they'd be leading the tackle count quite convincingly, Beaconsfield, in the match so far.
Absolutely. As this ball about to be tossed back into play, the 2 secondary ruckmen with Silko up against Benson. Benson got the tap down, but again, it won't be to the advantage of South Belgrave. Instead, trying to get his way out of trouble there was Broff. And Costa is taken out of bounds.
I thought he was probably stiff not to get the first tackle.
Broff tried to break the tackle. I thought the umpire should have paid on the ball then.
So in the meanwhile, this ball tossed back into play. Forward of centre for South Belgrave. Tried to tap it backwards, did Benson, but couldn't. Bromley's going to get hands onto this. Got it to Black. Kicks a bit of a grubber, but it still might find the hands of South Belgrave. It won't. Broff got it back from Stoko under pressure. Got the kick away. Sends it inside forward 50. Smith in a one-on-one for South Belgrave. Ocker's out the back. They managed to work it out, do the Saints. For now, they're under a heap of pressure. Ocker applying the tackle and will be rewarded.
Again, that tackle pressure, the numbers that swarm around the contest, and a real big chance here for Ocker.
And the other thing, too, is Mitch Garner's gone off the ground for a spell. This is where Beaconsfield can really exploit the lack of height in South Belgrave's ruck division and really try and out-muscle South Belgrave in the clearances in midfield.
As Ocker will come in for his second goal of the game. His 27th goal of the season. A slight angle from around 30 metres out.
Straight as a dive.
That's a great kick.
That is a brilliant kick. Jafar Ocker has 2. Beaconsfield have 4. 4-5-29 the Eagles. South Belgrave 2-3-15. 15 and a half minutes gone. Second quarter. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Brash, you said in the first quarter that he is a match winner, and he is, and that's what he can do. The pressure around that forward 50 set up the goal for himself, and he's been accurate in front of goal.
So it's Muley. Let's go down to Blake Tennant on the boundary line.
Yeah, speaking of that, Brash Garner coming onto the ground just in a few moments' time. But Benson's he's held up pretty well for South Belgrave in the ruck duties for Garner, but he's about to come on now, boys. So there you go, Brash.
Well, he's going to have to come back on very shortly, Blake.
And Muley takes a heavy hit there as he fell to ground in that ruck contest. South Belgrave, in the meantime, earned the free kick, and it's going the way of Blake Simonson. Going short but down the line. Mowat put himself in the way as he does so well. Harris just went through his legs. Mowat was there again for backup, and taken high was Devine. Will Beaconsfield take the advantage? No.
Actually, he's had a good game at the moment, Mowat. He's really stood up in that back line.
He's got quite a few touches as well across the back line, not only intercept but also setting them up. So Mowat went wide to Doherty, and Doherty goes wider still, but they've ended up in the corridor. This is Mounter. Beaconsfield taking the more circuitous route, as they are wont to do, over onto the far wing. So nice kick mark style. Ship takes the mark, and he's just going to go. He's going to go for broke. Go to the top of the goal square. through the hands of Bowd, bounces into the favour of Bromley, but the goal line beat everyone. And it's just another behind for Beaconsfield, 4-6-30 to 2-3-15 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
What would you do with Tim Smith going into a second half? Do you put him into the midfield and see what he can do?
He's going to have to go. I think he's got to play right in the middle. He's got to dictate the terms, I reckon.
As Ryan sends a torp to the far side, Muley at the front position. On the ground is Nuku. There's Smith, got it to Black. Down the line to centre wing he goes. It'll be cut off by Doherty. Got it back to Devine. To mow it again. Got his way out of trouble. His handball was an error in one and it's seen out of bounds.
Boundary.
We go down boundary side to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, you spot on there as well, Brash. Miss Garner has been on the boundary side for probably about a good 5 minutes now, Brash. So, concerning times, I know the game's on the other side. The reason why I'm whispering, boys, is because he's right next to me.
We're about to bring it up.
We thought the trainers might have been out there with you as well.
Whispers has made a return as in the meanwhile, Wall's got a handball out. Simonson was run down from behind and it's Connor Moat again.
Look at that tackling pressure by Beaconsfield.
It's been immense. Brash, I believe you've got a score.
3 quick goals to South Croydon in the second quarter. 16-minute mark sees Vermont 7-4-46, leading South Croydon 4-5-29.
It was Sam Merrick with that holding the ball free kick. Got it out to the far side to Miles Curry. Got Mounter calling for it laterally and short. Instead decides to go long into true centre half forward. No mark taken there by Ship. He might be able to pick up this ball on the ground. Was wrapped up by 2 South Belgrave players, and we'll have a ball up. Brash scores.
15 minutes into the second quarter, and at Mitcham, Waverley Blues 4-4-28, leading Croydon 4-2-26.
Tight contest out there at Walker Park as getting the kick inside forward 50, Ethan Harris. Ryan got the spoil in from behind. He might pick up this ground ball. He doesn't. It's Peters dashing away from the congestion. Got it out to the far side. Found Smith. Handball immediately to Simonson. They're moving this ball really well, South Belgrave. Handball over the top looking for Degas. He's going to run onto it. Got his way past one. Can straighten up. It's just going to go to the left and it's still in play. Getting his way out of trouble was Kidd. He wasn't. Still got a handball away to Smith. Spun his way out of trouble. And that is a captain's goal from Tim Smith. A much-needed one for South Belgrave. 3-3-21 the Saints. Beaconsfield 4-6-30. 20 minutes gone, second quarter, as we cross down boundary side to Blake. Whispers Tennant.
Yeah, Garner back onto the ground, boys. And, geez, that was just easy as you like there for Tim Smith. Just walked into an open paddock and there you go. There's your goal. So, good captain's goal there. But as you've been talking about, the big fella's on the ground now. Let's see how much impact he can bring for the last probably 6 or 7 minutes into this second quarter, boys.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, Blake. Brash, we've got some scores.
Yeah,
from
Division 4 at East Ringwood, 18 minutes into the second quarter. Whitehorse Pioneers 3-4-22, leading Churnside Park 2-7-19.
Back to the centre we go. So South Belgrave.
Well, I think to be 9 points down, if they go into that half-time, I think they'll be okay with that because they've been far from their best.
Muley got the tap down. The handball's come out to Wind and now to Costa. He's under pressure. Was able to get a handball away. This is Liam Kidd. Kicks it inside forward 50. A couple of one-on-ones, but brilliant stuff there. Playing in front, Brandon White. Shows so much experience. He goes just straight up the middle. Bites off the 45, but it bounced pedestrianly into the hands of Walls. And, well, strong hands. Strong hands by South Belgrave down the ground. It's just going to hold it up here.
Just the last 5 minutes, South Belgrave have played with a little bit more poise and a little bit more purpose. They're starting to slowly work their way into this contest.
So I believe this is Caden Black. Indeed. He's going to line up. He's going to set it up, in fact. It was a high up and under. Great mark taken. Strong hands.
That's a really good mark under the conditions. That is
Lockie Benson, I think so, yeah.
Well, it might be Damien Garner, actually.
Oh, Damien Garner, it was. My mistake. Indeed, it was.
That's a good mark. That really is a good mark.
From the pack to take that, and
now they've just got to. He's just got to. Now he's got to. He's got to make them pay here.
How will this go through for Damien Garner? They really do want to peg this one back, and it's just gone, drifted across the spot.
That's 2 shots he's had, and he's kicked them on the floor.
Both to the left. Blake Tennant on the boundary line.
Maybe you just need to go to the left to right combination special there in that one.
As the kick in looks for Wasilko. Some courage there from the South Belgrave player. Won't be rewarded. It's Beaconsfield who sent it further forward. In fact, it's out of bounds off the boot of Tyler Stoko.
Is that like a little bit of special fried rice there, is it, Blake? You know, the combo special?
Oh, it's the Tommy Hawkins special. That one too, Brush. So there you go.
I reckon when you're kicking for that goal down the clubroom in, I reckon it's the opposite. You've got to kick to the right-hand goal.
Right to the left.
As Braden Moran's kicked. Courage there from Tim Smith. It's White who won out. Johnston's handball wasn't a great one. It still found Trent Stoko and was slung to the ground.
Yes, well...
He got away with that one, you could argue.
He's giving him a yellow card.
And it's to Christopher Durgaz.
Off you go, sonny boy. Just what you don't want.
Was that the descent after?
No, he actually...
I think it was the sling tackle.
No, he gave him the card for the tackle. I don't think there was any mouthing off.
So I expect to see him probably in the 10 to 12 minute mark in the third quarter, boys.
15 minutes in the sin bin in the meanwhile for Christopher Durgaz as the kick on the on this broadcast side looks for a big pack at the right half forward flank for Beaconsfield, and it's seen out of bounds. 23 and a half minutes gone in this second quarter. The Eagles lead 4-6-30. South Belgrave 3-3-21.
Brash, they've done a lot of work just to get themselves back into the contest. Don't want to concede a late one here.
As Muley will go up against Mitch Garner in this ruck contest, as it was to start the day. Garner got it down to Peters, bustled his way through. Handball will be cut off, though, by Stoko. Got his way past a couple. Could have gotten a high free kick instead. His kick was a really good one to Miles Curry. He's got players short, but it looks like he's going back for the set shot here is Miles Curry.
Quickly, guys. Vermont 7-5-47. Come back by South Croydon 6-5-41. 21 minutes down, second quarter.
That win certainly playing a bit of a factor potentially out of Jubilee Park. As Curry, slight angle, outside the 50-metre arc to the right. And just sneaks through for a behind. The Eagles 4-7-31. South Belgrave 3-3-21. 24 and a half minutes gone, second quarter on the Video Bank scoreboard. Boundary side to Blake Whispers Tennant.
Yeah, just following up on that one. Did you see that? The wind did not take that at all, so it's definitely heading towards the scoreboard end here.
William Evans with duties kicking it from defence. It's fallen into the hands of Browther or Broff. High ball towards the forward line and a good intercept mark taken by South Belgrave. Good defence, Evans again. Just going to work things out. Maybe a better kick this time. Now he's had some time to think about it. He's got some tall options down there, but standing in the way was Muley. Nearly took the mark. It's come to ground level. Garner was there. D'Alfonso trying to fish it out to come out to Broff. Trying to bust his way through. The Costa tackle was never going to. And Brash, more scores.
Second division, second quarter, 22 minutes. Croydon have hit the lead, 5-4-34. Waverley Blues, 4-4-28.
Battle of the Blues out there at Walker Park as the ball trickles over the boundary line here at Tormore Reserve.
One thing about the scores today, there's been a lot sharper kicking in front of goal than there was yesterday.
Indeed.
Well, Brash about to read a side who hasn't hit the scoreboard. Well, is that correct?
Just about. I was waiting for the boys to continue the call.
So Beaconsfield, chain of handballs inside forward 50. Snapper goal is drifted right. And Beaconsfield, they've had a few shots here in the later stages, 4-8-32 to 3-3-21, not made the most of it, and the wind advantage hasn't quite gone their way.
Right, I'll give you that score. 24 minutes into the second quarter, Pioneers White Horse 3-4-22, leading Churnside 2-8-20.
Be an upset if they get up the Pioneers.
Indeed.
It would be.
It would be.
As Darcy Walls takes this kick in, sends it to the left half forward flank for Beaconsfield. Yet another big pack. Keely's there on the ground. His handball was intercepted and it's sent inside 50 or near 50 for Beaconsfield once again. Costa had a pretty impressive game as Phil Costa.
Yeah, been one of their better players so far in the first half.
His kick goes to Mitch Garner. Dangerous kick backwards. Still finds Darcy Walls.
I think they seem pretty content on going in with this 9-point deficit.
Absolutely. A goal here would be a bonus for either side as Muley got front position, was spoiled from behind. South Belgrave have the players out the back. Simonson burned off his opponent in Brandon White. Got a player in board there in Jack Myers. The bounce didn't favour him. It's still my favour. his teammate who goes the dribble along the ground. It's through!
Charlie Peters.
That is a brilliant piece of play from South Belgrave, and they've got a lot of hope heading into half-time to the Saints. 4-3-27. Beaconsfield 4-8-32. Charlie Peters, that is an absolute stunning goal and a stunning piece of play from South Belgrave, Ryan.
Yeah, from the outside of the boot and had a team out over the top. So when you're in that scenario, you have to nail it. And that's exactly what he did. Similar to the black goal earlier in this quarter, Brash.
Yeah, most definitely. Now, if both sides take a real serious look at their first half, there's a common factor. Keep the ball low when you're kicking for goal when the ball is in your forward 50.
Beaconsfield asleep at the wheel by the looks of it with that wind advantage, not making the most of it at all this quarter.
Well, boys on the boundary, how significant of a wind breeze is there at the moment?
Yeah, it's definitely going to the scoreboard end.
Scoreboard end?
Yeah, well, we've been. If you just saw that one before, Ryan, the wind did not take that at all. Where if you look at the scoreboard, they've been going to out in the Falls, and yeah.
Eagles got the clearance with Selko off hands, roved it. Snapper goal was just the one behind.
Blake, I'm watching the trees right now, and I tell you what, it's not going towards the scoreboard.
Yeah, well, if you have a look at where the kicks are going, though, Ryan, like the one that we saw before, the wind did not take that at all. Where if you look at the scoreboard end, it's going drifting left to right, right to left. So
either way, Megan's not happy with the wind. She messaged me to say it's throwing off her kick predictions as she tries to. So she couldn't predict where that one was going to dribble through.
Megan Green up on the van, doing a great job with the camera. But there goes the siren to end the second quarter. It was a 29-minute quarter. South Belgrave 4-3-27. Beaconsfield 4-9-33. Just the 6-point advantage to the Eagles as we go into half-time. Very quickly, we'll go through the goal scorers. Krista Gatch, who also got a yellow card, got a goal in the first quarter. And then singles in the second quarter to Tim Smith, Charlie Peters and Caden Black. That's South Belgrave. Jafar Ocker has got 2, Casey Wasilko 1, and Josh Mounter 1, all for Beaconsfield. So we'll be back after this break with the halftime show. Thanks for joining us on Eastern 98.1 and the Facebook and YouTube streams.
Friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round Division 1. Huge clash here, semi-final between South Belgrave and Beaconsfield. Currently, as it stands right now, it's South Belgrave 4-3-27 to Beaconsfield. Inaccurate kicking here, 4-9-33. I'm Blake Tennant here, hosting pre-game alongside my boundary reporter in Chris Curtis. Chris, how did you go with that first half of football? It was kind of like both ways. You know, South Belgrave were going, and then Beaconsfield get going, and then lately at the end, South Belgrave got it on their turns, Chris.
No, that's exactly right. And, you know, like you said, it was a game of momentum shifts. I thought that going into that second quarter, we'd see Beaconsfield really take a chokehold of the game throughout the quarter. But, you know, we saw at times South Belgrave maybe changing their tactics up a bit. I know they said at quarter time that they'd send a couple spare behind the footy. But once they went man-man, I think it helped them out a lot more.
Yeah, and of course, joining, of course, again, is on halftime is Matt Spider Lee. Spider, interesting start to this, this game. You know, Beaconsfield in accuracy at the moment, 4-9-33 at the moment. But South Belgrave, like I said to Chris, they kind of got back on their turns. But Beaconsfield's tackling pressure has been through the roof, hasn't it, Spider?
Yeah, it has, Blake, and you really identified that, particularly at the quarter-time break when you're listening to Mick Fogarty, because that was a real feature of their play, particularly in that first quarter. The way that they did pressure South Belgrave when they had the ball, and they just basically stripped them of possession. And when they got the chain of handballs moving and got the ball moving towards their forward line, giving their forwards that opportunity, they could really score. So that was something that was really prevalent in that, particularly in the first quarter when they got those early scores and put that pressure on South Belgrave. So that was a big essence of that quarter. So in the second term, South Belgrave did work their way back into the game, but it was Beaconsfield still doing a lot right up in their forward half. They had a lot of forward territory with the ball, and they did lock the ball in for a good period of time, but probably just didn't get the score that reflected that. So, and you look at the score now when it says 4 goals, 9. They probably would have wanted to be another 2 to 3 more goals, just have that in their pocket going into half time. But you've got to also remember with South Belgrave, a couple of those goals, they kicked 3 goals, against the win. So that you've got to hand that to them. They moved the ball well twice from their defensive end of the ground with some really good ball transition, gave themselves opportunity. Tim Smith was involved in a couple of those passages of play, and he ended up getting one of those goals as well. So that was a real key component of what they did in that second term. So, look, they're in the game, South Belgrave. They still need to do a little bit more when they've got use of the ball and when they're doing things around the ground. But at the moment, Beaconsfield for me have got their nose in front because of their tackling pressure, because of the way that they're handballing at the moment. They're taking the time, they're taking the space, they're using the width of the ground, and they're really putting the pressure on South Belgrave. So this third term is going to be really important for South Belgrave. They need to hit the scoreboard, and they need to give themselves an opportunity so that they can defend well going into the last term. They're going to have to do it the hard way. Beaconsfield, at the moment, they'd be very happy where the game's at because it's being played on their terms.
Yeah, indeed. Well done on analysis there, Matt Spider Lee. But we're going to go through some scores just quickly. It's now a draw, boys, between South Croydon and Vermont. Vermont 47 to South Croydon 47, of course. So massive game down there. The breeze down there at Jubilee Park must be going through the roof.
It would be, but it's a great fight back, isn't it?
It is.
That game looked like it was going one way, but you've got to remember South Croydon, they're used to the breeze now, so it's going to be how Vermont respond in the after half time. So South Croydon, they've certainly got themselves back into the contest.
The no limits Spider. So there you go. Waverley Blues 4-4-28 to Croydon 5-4-34 at half time there down there at Walker Park.
And that's an arm wrestle on a small ground. So we've seen how it works there. So Waverley still a little bit of work ahead of them, but Croydon, I think they're in a really good spot at the moment.
And you talk about bad kicking. We talked about Beaconsfield, but This is bad kicking from the Panthers' point of view in Chirnside Park, 2-8-20 to Whitehorse Pioneers 4-5-29. So you can definitely tell that Whitehorse are taking the opportunity and the chances at the moment.
Yeah, you got to take your chances in finals, mate. That's
Yeah.
what happens. You got to take them, and like Beaconsfield, you don't have the long shots which they did in that quarter. You've got to be able to hit up the targets and get yourself closer to goal, because with this breeze factor, it's just so important, and you'll get those goals, and you can get a bit of momentum, and you can get your tail up and really set yourself up.
Yeah, and we're going to go through our tips before we head off for the main break here as well. I'm going to start off for you, Chris. What's your tip? Who do you reckon wins from here?
I was Beaconsfield at the start of the day, and I reckon I'm still going to go with them. I just think that first-ranked defence throughout this division is going to stand up strong.
Yep, Spider.
Yeah, defence standing up strong for Beaconsfield, and I think they'll be able to reflect that on the scoreboard with their forward territory game. Good work so far for the first half. Going to be a tight finish, but Beaconsfield to sneak over the line.
Yeah, I'm going to go Beaconsfield as well. Well, that is it for the halftime show here down here at Tormore Reserve. It's going to be a big one. Don't leave the couch. Don't leave the building. Keep it on your phone, because this is going to be a huge second half coming up here on the Eastland match of the round between Beaconsfield and South Belgrave.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year, to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Tormore Reserve. It's semi-final day in Division 1, Beaconsfield against South Belgrave. Thank you to the guys for the halftime show. We're about to get underway with the third quarter. Currently at South Belgrave 4-3-27, behind Beaconsfield 4-9-33. And in about an hour from now, 2024 will be done and dusted for one of these sides. And the winner will play at Park Orchards in the preliminary final next week. So, gentlemen, how can South Belgrave get back into this? Will they be able to take advantage of the wind in this quarter?
Well, they have to. They have to be going front as a bare minimum going into that last quarter, and I think they can. I think they work their way back into the game in the later stages of that third term, Brash. And we talked a lot about Beaconsfield's pressure around the contest. Their handball game has been quite strong. It's probably just finishing up, hitting the targets up forward that has maybe let them down and then taking those opportunities. But South Belgrave got a bit more run in that latest part of the second quarter, and some of their bigger players got going. Obviously, Damien Garner had a couple of great marks, just didn't finish off his work in front of a goal. Kid's been pretty strong through the midfield. So it's going to be a big 30 minutes for them. Can they now start to convert their opportunities up forward and give themselves a real chance going into a final term?
Well, they have to, and the thing is, I'd be throwing caution to the wind, and I'm going to be throwing me chips in right at this moment. You go with your best 4 players: Mitch Garner, Tim Smith, Charlie Peters, and Aiden Kidd.
Boundary.
Chris Curtis down on the boundary line.
We mentioned throwing caution to the wind, and while Blake's run off to the canteen, I can tell you boys that wind is going to the Baronia Road end.
Thank you,
right
Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks for clearing that one up.
Like I said, we're halfway through. We're halfway through a game, right? Your season's on the line. This is where you have to play your best players in the position that's going to give you the maximum amount of benefit, because they can't afford to be only 2 goals up at 3/4 time.
Mm-hmm. You want 3 at least.
You've got to be 3. Even 3 and a few points. If you can make it 4 kicks, that sows the seed of doubt. But if it's still under 3, you still think that you can you're still in the contest. But I think the other thing too is Beaconsfield are going to have to play a smart quarter here and probably start running the ball more into their forward 50 and keep the ball low when they're shooting for goal.
Which is what South Belgrave did in the end.
That's right. And so that's what they need to do in this quarter, where South Belgrave need to explore their expose the centre half back of Beaconsfield right under pressure and start aiming the ball through that channel. Stop going around the boundary line, because you're just making scoring difficulties harder for yourself.
Yeah, that's right. Looks like they've gone with your 4, except they've got Black in instead of Smith in the midfield. Smith pushed forward. Be interesting to see if he plays the full quarter there. It depends probably how the first 5 minutes of this third term plays out.
Don't mind that move of Kane Black. He's still had a pretty decent game.
I liked his game.
Yeah,
so
he's been good so far.
It's probably, you would want Smith in there, but it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
Players are in position, siren about to go, umpire with ball in hand. And to take us away for the third quarter, here is Josh Ward.
Garner up against Muley as it started out here at Tormore Reserve. And we begin the third quarter with a Garner tap down. Johnston running onto it. We'll get a holding free kick. Paid against Caden Black. It's still forward of centre for South Belgrave, but Johnston will look to move it forward off centre for Beaconsfield. Goes out wide to wide. Kick was dangerous. Still managed to find Brandon White. The star defender goes backwards to Jack Doherty. I'll probably look to do this for majority of this third quarter, kicking against the breeze. They hold the lead through Beaconsfield as the kick goes right in front of us. Johnson came flying. Delfonso will get the ground ball, but it's Brandon White bustling his way through the Delfonso tackle. Costa was taken out of bounds in the end. And we'll have a boundary thrown right in front of the Beaconsfield bench, around 60 metres out from the South Belgrave goal line. They trail 4-3-27. Beaconsfield 4-9-33 in the Eastland match of the round. Division 1 first semi-final out here between the Saints and the Eagles. This ball will be tossed back into play. Garner got front position. The tap down looking for Kidd. Instead it's Smith. Sent it to the true centre wing broadcast side. Intercept mark taken. Darcy Walls got a couple of players inboard. Decides to send it long down the line. Bout's got best position, but Smith from the side.
And this is what Tim Smith can do. He's a bit like he's the guy. He's the X factor for South Belgrave, because he has the ability to turn the game on a dime within 5 minutes. If he can get on the end of 2 or 3 quick goals, I reckon that'll set South Belgrave alight. He should be able to kick this. Is right down his wheelhouse.
We've got the perfect view. Kicking from probably the 50-metre arc. The ex-Melbourne star. Been terrific. More than 200 goals in his time with South Belgrave. And he's made an absolute meal of it. Flying from behind was Garner. It's going to be a boundary throw in. Left forward pocket for South Belgrave. Still a dangerous spot.
Might have made a meal of it, but I'll take a stoppage or a
much
boundary throw in.
Yeah. Much better than a behind in the end.
Indeed. How are they going to work this one out? South Belgrave. Muley did well in the ruck, tapped it down. Well shocked by Connolly. He was upended, trying to bust his way through there. I believe that's Trent Stoker at the bottom of that, and ended up with a face full of grass. And a ball up by the looks of it. Let's go. Oh, Connolly. Yeah, let's go down to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, I think I do change my opinion there. That the wind is definitely going down that way. Sorry, Ryan. But
Thank you.
I've just seen a lot of these trees been moving along in bushes, so there you go. But it's a bad one at the moment from the South Belgrave.
So
slow to get up.
Connolly, Connolly was slow to get up, and even slower is a Beaconsfield
Number
player
2,
down
I
there.
think it was.
Dowd?
Yeah, Jake Bowd. That would be a big loss, as he's hobbling off the... Well, he's hobbling away in the hands of the trainer.
I think the other thing is, while we're here sort of hypothesising what both sides need to do, we also got to understand that this game could also turn out to be a real dour struggle where 6 to 8 goals might win it.
Devon Smith roved the clearance. His handball wasn't great, but the boundary line was a bit of safety. It has been a dour struggle for times in this game. South Belgrave were able to break it open a little bit in the late stages of last quarter. Setting himself was Muley, got the tap down. Good tackle by Smith. Another ball up.
I guess the wind's actually played havoc right across this finals weekend in the EFL. It really has been hard yakka for scoring in all the games so far.
Indeed. Tim Smith went the fly, tapped it down, and out of the clearance was a snapper goal, but on the last line of defence, Beaconsfield were able to take the mark and repel, and now in the hands of Connor Mowat.
Sends it to the right back pocket, and finds Brandon White playing a bit of kick-to-kick. A wider Mowat. Now they decide to go to the right half-back flank. Plenty of flyers. Nuku just couldn't lay hands on it. And this ball will be tossed up. Right half-back flank for Beaconsfield. Left half-forward flank for South Belgrave. 4.5 minutes gone in this third quarter of the Eastland match of the round. Beaconsfield 4-9-33. South Belgrave 4-3-27 as Muley took matters into his own hands. Got the kick looking for Wasilko. Plenty of players surrounding this. And wrapped up there was Liam Kidd by Damien Johnston, and we'll have a ball up forward of centre for South Belgrave on the far side as winning the tap down was Garner. Peters rode the bump pretty well. Was wrapped up by 2 South Belgrave players once again. Plenty of pressure, plenty of nerves in the early stages of this third quarter, as it has been for the majority of this match, as Smith just tried to tap it in front of him. Tapped it instead to Bromley, who was taken down by 2 players. Brash?
4 minutes into the third quarter, and it's all square at Walker Park. Waverley Blues 5-4, Croydon 5-4.
Tight contest out there at Walker Park, as it is across the entire eastern suburbs. On what is some big days for some teams with seasons on the line. Out here, we got a couple of more stoppages. Still forward of centre for Beaconsfield. They lead 33-27. No change to the halftime scoreline as of yet. As Kidd tried to kick out of thin air. Couldn't. Instead, it's going to be Beaconsfield through Johnston, who tried to get it forward but can't. And the ball will be tossed back into play, Brash.
Yeah, Vermont draw first blood in the third quarter. Vermont 8-5-53, leading South Croydon 7-5-47.
Beaconsfield have done well to make their way to the wing. We thought that stoppage earlier in the pocket for South Belgrave could have been dangerous for them, but regardless, they've done well, Beaconsfield, to force it this way. But South Belgrave gained some territory back, yet it's another ball in. In front of the supporters there, cheering the teams on. Looks like a fairly hefty South Belgrave contingent. Yet another ball up.
Looks like they've got the tunes pumping too.
In fact, it looks like it's a free kick, and it's going the way of Damien Johnson. So a former Casey VFL player. Gets a short chip.
It is a great setup over there.
Yeah,
that guy on top of the car.
Oh, gee, yeah, that speaker's looks
Brett Beston
pretty
would love
hefty.
that speaker.
Yeah, no doubt. Intercept mark taken by South Belgrave. And they'll be going forward here through Jordan Nuku. High ball onto the wing. It goes straight past a few players into the hands of Costa. He handed it straight to Brandon White. Tackled by Smith. Tyler Stokoe's in there. Holds it to himself and another ball up. So tense moments. Not much happening.
It's a real war of wills between the half-back lines at the moment.
Indeed. The midfield as well, just attempting to extract the ball in whichever way they can, but the tackles keep coming hard and fast.
Well, it's a very similar feel to that first quarter where South Belgrave were pretty much held up by Beaconsfield.
And I think that's what Beaconsfield are just trying to do. Take away any advantage that South Belgrave might find with the wind by forcing stoppage after stoppage. Ball hit the ground before Muley could get it. He scrambled a kick forward. Heavy work done there by Bateson. South Belgrave nearly win the ball back, but more tackling pressure comes from the Eagles.
And I reckon if you're sitting at home watching this game, you're probably none the wiser about who you think's going to win this contest because at the moment it's like a 0-0 draw, isn't it?
Another ball up on the wing, tapped down by Garner. Can they break this game open? South Belgrave kick out of thin air was good. It worked for South Belgrave. Keeley took the mark inside forward 50. One-on-one situation. Great mark taken.
Is that Degats?
And I don't think it is. I don't think he'd be back on the field just yet, Degach.
Oh, no.
He's not far off, boys, but
Simonson.
he's still on the interchange.
Blake Simonson took the mark for South Belgrave. He'll be lining up for the first goal in this quarter for the Saints, for either team.
Very good pickup for the Saints this season.
Yeah. Indeed, he's been excellent. So Simonson to come in. He's on the North Melbourne VFL list. Can he make the most of this opportunity? No, slams it into the woodwork, but cuts the margin back to 5 points.
That's a gettable goal going begging.
And that's the old saying goes, handy point. 5 points the margin, 4-4-28 South Belgrave. Beaconsfield 4-9-33.
And a lot of gettable goals so far gone begging. The tackles so far in this third quarter are 7-4 the way of South Belgrave.
As the kick out of defensive 50 for Beaconsfield was a very dangerous one. Still, the mark was taken by Jack Doherty. Big pack has formed right in front of us, which is where he's going to go to. Muley was there, but Garner again with the intercept mark. Just having another dominant game. Is the former Oval man. Sends it inside 50 into the hot spot. The fly from his brother Damien. Couldn't take it to the mark. He might be there on the ground. So is Smith, who's wrapped up. That was Kobe Ship with the tackle. Showing plenty of promise as Kobe Ship. And another of the VFL list of players for Beaconsfield is Smith. Just got the big fist forward, looking to gain some territory. Doherty sees it through from behind. South Belgrave 4-5-29. Beaconsfield 4-9-33. 10 minutes gone, third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
We'll go around the grounds with Wayne Brasher.
Yeah, it looks if this is a Dow struggle, then the fourth division preliminary final's not that much better. 4 minutes in, it's White Horse Pioneers 4-5-29 leading Churnside.
On the kick in, intercept mark was taken by Connolly. He kicked it inside forward 50 for South Belgrave. Costa was in the goal square, but wrapped up. Desperate defence by Beaconsfield. Sorry to cut you off there,
That's
Brash.
Right.
And we'll go to boundary side.
Degar's back onto the ground, boys, from that yellow card in that second quarter.
Thank you very much. And he's gone straight to this contest. Muley. Oh, Smith out of midair. Nearly got the goal, but yet another behind the way of the Saints. And they're going to move to 4-6-30. Beaconsfield 4-9-33. They could make their way in front by power of behind the Saints.
Paul, you can ace that center.
The early forward territory in this third quarter, 4-0 the way of South Belgrave.
As there might be a free kick going to South Belgrave. There is.
Downfield, boys.
They're going to get a shot on goal, South Belgrave. They've been pressing the goal the last couple of minutes.
Got to kick this one too.
They trail by 3 points.
Costa, boys. He's having a shot here.
He's had an impressive game, has Phil Costa. And this to give South Belgrave the lead. He's put together a terrific senior career in the Saints colours, has Phil Costa. More than 100 senior games, plenty of games in the Saints' colours as he comes in from a slight angle, 20 metres out, and gives them the lead. South Belgrave moved to 5-5-35. Beaconsfield 4-9-33. 12 minutes gone, third quarter on the Biddigo Bank scoreboard, Brash.
Third quarter at the Division 2 first elimination final, I should say. Waverley Blues 5-6-36 leading Croydon 5-4-34.
Interesting. And that was the one that they really needed through Costa, and the ball probably didn't sit up well for him on that last attempt in the goal square. So deserved a goal, and he's been one of their better players today.
Boundary.
Fought hard. Let's go down the boundary, Chris Curtis.
Jake Bowd for Beaconsfield now back out on the ground after that heavy hit earlier on in the corner.
That's very good news. There's been a whistle.
6-6-6 again.
Everyone's just stopped in motion to see what's happening. So Benson will take the free kick, and he just hoofs it straight to the top of the goal square. South Belgrave attacking hard now. Off hands and over the line. Boundary throw in the pocket.
That was the right kick. It's the first time that they've been really aggressive from the centre clearance, South Belgrave.
That was a very aggressive kick. And
Just see the umpire at the duck. He was nearly going to go through his head.
So Wasilko against Smith in this contest. Trying to rove the ball was Mowat, being held up a little bit there by the South Belgrave forward pressure. Another ball up. The Saints able to lock it inside their forward line. It's been down there for the majority of this quarter. Beaconsfield haven't had a sniff down their forward line so far, but they're going to try and work it out here. Kick from White goes down the line, and it was only a territory gainer, really, as they get the ball in. Over the boundary line once more. South Belgrave with a 2-point lead, 13 minutes gone, nearly 14 minutes gone in this third quarter on the Bedigo Bank scoreboard. Season 2024 on the line for either of these two teams. Now, back in it goes. Bateson held up in the tackle. Walls and Benson double-teamed him. Ball up. And once more we resume this tug of war, this territory battle, but breaking it open was Cade Delarue. Kicks it down the line, straight down the throat of a defender in Braden Ryan, and the Saints will go forward. Paul Yukoni in the stat centre.
Intercept marks in this third quarter of 5-1 the way of South Belgrave.
Thank you very much. They've set the wall up, haven't they? And it's just gone out of bounds, so we'll go around the grounds with Wayne Brasher.
Yeah, South Croydon are doing well, very well in this third quarter against Vermont. 13 minutes in, Vermont holds sway still 8-5-53 to South Croydon 7-5-47.
As Benson tried to get the free kick there, nothing doing. He still hoofs it inside forward 50 in the direction of Brodie Connolly. Might have been pushed out, was legal according to the umpire.
So they love this pocket.
They do. It's a left forward pocket.
I don't.
Well, it's the hardest pocket to try and score goals from.
Can South Belgrave score a goal from here, though, and extend their advantage to 9 points? As it's Smith in ruck, the tap down looking for Bartels.
Well,
and there's a
free kick.
It's going to Brodie Connolly.
High. It looks like it was high.
I think it was either high or
it was high.
Holding the man. But the former Berwick man.
What does he do? Does he go the boo-na-na here?
Oh, he's a left footer, is Brodie Connolly. So...
Then again, he might be just better off just aiming to that left inside goalpost.
He might just attempt the drop punt here.
Good kick.
It was a great kick, but it just missed. Great effort from Brodie Connolly.
Looked good from our angle.
It did. 5-7-37 the Saints. Beaconsfield 4-9-33. 16 minutes gone, third quarter on the Bedigo Bank scoreboard.
So... kicking it in, Brandon White trying to gain as much territory as possible. Ocker's the target down there, slapped down though by Nuku, back inside the forward line for South Belgrave, bounces over the line, yet another boundary throw in. Beaconsfield, of course, this is their second final series since they entered the EFNL. They won their first final last week against Montrose. Will they win a second? It would be quite a successful year for them if they're able to get through to a preliminary final. South Belgrave, on the other hand, went undefeated last year until falling to Mitcham by 5 points in the grand final. Paul Yukoni in the stat centre.
Beaconsfield are yet to have an inside 50 entry at this stage of the third quarter.
That is huge, and we're heading towards time on. We're not far away from that. Brandon White got the kick away, but it's going to come straight back. Out in the full it was, so South Belgrave take aim, and they've hit the hands of Jake Bowd, who takes a tumbling mark.
Gee, that's a telling mark there by Bowd.
That was impressive. Good intercept mark there. So he's going to just try and work it out. Couldn't quite hit up Jack Doherty, and he had to turn tackler. And they earn yet another ball in. Opposite pocket, though, this time.
Well, for as much as they've dominated this quarter, they have only had the one goal to show for it.
Indeed. They have missed their opportunities of South Belgrave. And it seems like Beaconsfield are content with just holding it up as much as possible as they find the boundary line once more after some good physical work in there by Damien Johnson. And
but that being said, Beaconsfield output this quarter has been nowhere near as prominent as what it was in the first quarter.
No. They've parked the bus a little bit, haven't they? I don't think they've intended to necessarily.
It's almost like watching a chess game, isn't it?
Yeah. Delfonso later tackle there. Another ball up. Well, Heath Black was mentioning how much of a tactical battle it was after that quarter-time huddle when we had that interview. And seems to have it on those terms. Simonson gets it to the top of the goal square. Off hands once more. Yet another behind goes the way of South Belgrave. And they're edging their way in front. 4-point lead now to the Saints.
Got to say, it's a different game plan that we're not used to seeing from South Belgrave. It's been very defensive this year.
5:8:38 the Saints. Beaconsfield 4:9:33 is the kick in. Went direct from Brendan White. Still in defensive 50 for Beaconsfield. Got options in the middle. And they still have it in their defensive 50. Stoko goes out wide to Mackay Bateson. Offered a shepherd there from Johnston. They're working it well through hands. Wasilko tried to sell the candy on his opposition. They managed to break away, though, do Beaconsfield, although Stoko was wrapped up really well. Beaconsfield starting to apply some good pressure there. And it's seen out of bounds right in front of the South Belgrave bench. A nice piece of play there. The first one from Beaconsfield in this third quarter. Bit of promise. They have it in their attacking half, around 65 metres out from their goals. They trail 4:9:33 to South Belgrave 5:8:38. As Aiden Kidd, his kick was deflected to Sean Bartel. Sends it to true centre wing, looking in the Costa direction. Just slapped it forward. Alfonso's going to run onto it. He doesn't. Out of bounds for a boundary throw in. Brash.
Real arm wrestle at Walker Park in the Division 2 first semi-final. Waverley Blues lead by 8 points, 20 minutes into the third quarter, 6-6-42. Croydon 5-4-34.
This ball about to be tossed back into play. Benson trying to get front position. It's Muley who does. Got it down to Moat. Kick was smothered. Picked it up. And there's going
Sling tackle. And there they go.
Umpire Damien Sully coming in.
Now, if he's consistent, right, he should be getting a yellow card in 15 minutes.
It was the other umpire who did call it the last time.
So what's going on here?
So I don't think
looks like
make the call.
So he's given it 25.
It is 25. It's going to go to Connor Moat. Been a bit quieter in this third quarter as Moat still put together a terrific game. As the under-19 premiership players. Handballs it to White. Got Bateson as an option at the left half forward flank. Got Muley calling for it inside 50. He heads in that direction. Got one to beat. In fact, he's got two now, and we'll get a free kick.
This would hurt the Saints.
This would really hurt the Saints.
Is this their first forward 50 entry for the quarter?
It is.
If they kick a goal or even a behind, they're still efficient inside forward 50 at Beaconsfield. So once again, we've got a good view of this.
Aim to that light, the light behind the right-hand goal post. Let the wind do the rest.
Which way is the wind going, Blake?
Well, it should be an easy kick with the wind going the scoreboard end.
I just said before, Lee.
Muley comes in now. This for his 36th goal of the season. Just to the right. Might not have the distance. It does. Or there's a consultation.
Out the full.
Down the full.
It is. So
See, that looked like a point.
Yeah, that
it
looked
did.
very
That
much
easily
like
went
a point.
through. Yeah.
100% it was a point.
There's further consultation.
Score review.
Because if,
Where's the arc?
if it's out in the full, then the goal umpire would be putting his hand out at a 45-degree angle.
And it is out on the full, Jared.
So South Belgrave to bring this one back in. How much territory will they gain with this kick? It was a decent amount. And Daniel Wine took the mark, handed it off. Forward goes Nuku, one-on-one situation. Well done, Bowd, that is. Gets the handball over the top. Beaconsfield now finding a bit of clean air for themselves, but that handball held them up, and Miles Curry paid for it in the tackle by Bromley. So the moment they had some space to get their handball game going, Beaconsfield, South Belgrave responded with pressure. Bromley to send it back inside forward 50 for yet another entry to South Belgrave. It's been down this end the whole quarter. Connolly couldn't quite take the mark. Spills to ground. Black ran into a tackle of 2. And it'll be another ball up.
Holding the ball.
Holding the ball, in
Took
fact.
him
on. Yeah, that is the right decision. Damien Johnson will take this free kick. Gets up slowly. Doesn't seem to have too much urgency. Happy to send it down the line by the looks of it. Whistle's gone, though.
25.
And maybe it was encroachment on the mark. So Johnson happy with that one.
Stepped over there, boys.
Wayne Brasher in the score centre.
4th Division preliminary final. Churnside have hit the lead here at the 17-minute mark of the third quarter. Churnside 5-9-39 leading Whitehorse Pioneers 4-7-31.
As the Pioneers season over, as Beaconsfield, well, they went kick mark style, but it all came undone as Bartels came in with the pressure and just rammed it down the throat once more of the Beaconsfield defender, and a 25-metre penalty once more. So Beaconsfield are being handed a bunch of territory and not doing anything with it yet. So what will Jake Bowd do this time? He goes lateral across the ground, trying to spread the Saints' defence. Doherty. Well, he's kicked it to a one-on-one situation. Good athleticism there by Myers, but he was able to just feed the handball out. South Belgrave with some run now. Peters kick inside forward 50. Smith with the strong hands.
This moment right here is a Tim Smith moment, I reckon.
Yeah. It needs to be a Tim Smith moment, Josh. He has to score here.
Tim Smith, 44 goals for the season. Not quite an improvement on the 54 he kicked last year, nor the 77 the year before.
I think, Jared, and speaking to a few South Belgrave people, Tim Smith has probably played a little bit more of a different role than what he has in the past.
Yeah, that makes sense. He's multi-talented, this man, but a goal kicker nonetheless. Can he follow through with that this time? No, he's pushed it across the face. Yet another behind to South Belgrave this quarter. And they move to 5-9-39 to Beaconsfield 4-9-33. We've gone nearly 25 minutes in this third quarter of semi-final action here from Tormore Reserve.
I'll be happy Beaconsfield, only trailing by 1 goal as Brandon White's kick in might have been turned over. Keely's there to pounce alongside Smith, who's wrapped up by Brendan Ryan. A goal here would be handy, Brush.
Yeah, South Croydon have done really well in this third quarter. They trailed Vermont by 11 points, 24 minutes gone. Vermont 9-5-59, leading South Croydon 7-6-48.
As Harris sends it outside defensive 50, Bromley with the mark. He's looking for leads. Had Darcy Walls as a handball receive option. Tries to dance his way out of trouble. Instead, handballed it to Nuku. High up and under ball inside forward 50 where there's a big pack. No mark taken by South Belgrave. They have the numbers on the ground. Damien Garner flying shots.
And the full.
That's 3 out on the fulls for Damien Garner.
Well, just so much territory this quarter, and what have they kicked? 1 goal.
Great question.
Yeah, 1-6.
1-6.
Very inaccurate South Belgrave as the kick in, looking for Muley, got Ants onto it, couldn't complete the mark. Johnson's there to pounce on the ground. Handball was intercepted by Kidd, who was pinged. They're starting to find some pressure at Beaconsfield. That pressure that held them in good stead in that first half.
But they've been scoreless this quarter, Beaconsfield.
1 inside 50 still, right?
That's exactly right.
As Stoko has a left half back flank. If they kick a goal from this, they'd be very happy, Beaconsfield, as they might get that opportunity. Curry just dribbles it along the ground. Going to run onto it is Will Evans in the right half-back flank. Rebounds from his defensive 50. Looks in the Garner direction. Bartels is out the back. Picked it up cleanly. Put the don't argue on Ocker. Walls, was he held without it? He wasn't. And we'll have a boundary throw in.
Drew.
We got our boundary side to Chris Curtis.
Boys, I think Liam Kidd, after giving away that free kick, must have picked up a head knock. So he got up to man the mark and just fell straight over. So he's off in the hands of the trainers now.
Ooh, that sounds worrying.
That's very concerning. He's put together a great season and a solid game. Has Liam Kidd as Garner's tap down is a big one, looking in the direction of Delfonso. Boundary line beats him. And the left boundary thrown right in front of the Beaconsfield bench, 70 metres out from South Belgrave's goal.
Oh. And that was a bad hit. I think it was Chris Degach again. We could see a red card. Well, he's already had.
So I think it might be a ready.
Yeah.
No, yellow.
Yeah, another yellow card. That's 2 yellow cards. So surely that's a. Yeah, you can see the red being brandished by the umpire.
Did he just send? I think he might have sent him off.
Yeah, he's got the red card.
Red card. Yep.
I think he actually might have sent him off for good.
That
is.
is.
Two yellows equals a red.
Yep.
In the same game.
So he's on report as well, too, boys. That's what we heard at ground level.
Chris Degach rubbed out.
Gonski.
Yeah. So he's on report and sent off.
So after a cagey defensive miserly quarter, there's suddenly some spark, some pressure, and some feeling as well. But it's Beaconsfield with the free kick. Bateson kicks it down the line. The Flyers go up. Garner got the tap down, the spoil, in fact, and South Belgrave will rove it through Bartels. Good marking on his knees. Taking the mark was... That's Simonson. Great pick up for South Belgrave this year, as we've spoken about, and his kick was excellent to the lead of Benson.
Finally, they're going to try and kick a goal here.
I've liked Benson's game in ruck, and
one thing's for sure, at least we'll...
He's been pretty good today, Josh Benson.
At least Chris Degas won't forget his first game. It'll be memorable for all the wrong reasons, won't it?
He's played pretty well in the ruck here, Josh.
He has indeed, Jared.
Lockie Benson to come in. Left foot kick on the siren, and it comes up trumps for South Belgrave. They make sure to take home some of the advantage from the wind. Wasn't a fantastic game in terms of quarter, in fact, in terms of making the most of their chances. But that certainly was a chance that did not go begging. So South Belgrave moved to 6-9-45. Beaconsfield 4-9-33. They've got some work to do here, the Eagles, to make their way back into the game. And we will see what happens with that after this break. Thank you so much for joining us at Tormore Reserve. Back after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Tormore Reserve, ladies and gentlemen. This is semi-final action. We are currently in three-quarter time. South Belgrave have the lead at 6:9:45 over Beaconsfield, 4:9:33. Beaconsfield will be kicking with the wind. Gentlemen, did South Belgrave do enough with the wind and the momentum and all their inside 50s that quarter?
No, I don't think they did. I think they had plenty of opportunities. They missed a few set shots. That last goal, of course, coming from Benson was extremely important. A goal wouldn't have been enough, I don't think. That at least gives them a bit of momentum going into that break. You saw the expressions of the players when that went through. They were up and about, excited. They've now got to continue that form into the last quarter and get one back against the breeze, and suddenly it's their game to lose. But Beaconsfield, we saw how many times they went inside 50 in that second term down this quarter. Again, were similar, didn't use the momentum that they had. Can they obviously hit the scoreboard quickly and get a bit of a lead, and potentially it's theirs to lose. So it's still open, but I think it does favour the Eagles.
Well, last time they had the breeze, Beaconsfield, in fact, it was 3 goals each way. 3 goals to Beaconsfield, 3 goals to South Belgrave in the second quarter. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not they can make the most of it and stop South Belgrave from scoring.
And the final quarter last weekend against Montrose for Beaconsfield, they had 12 inside 50s, 10 scoring shots and 8 goals from it. So that'll certainly be interesting if they can replicate that performance again today.
Well, they'll get the opportunities. It's exactly right. Can they make the most of them, Brash?
Yeah, well, look, I think Beaconsfield going scoreless in that quarter, I just didn't think. I think they went back into their shells a little bit and gave. I think they gave some psychological advantage back to South Belgrave, because I just sort of feel that, like you have just talked about, if South Belgrave can kick the first goal against the breeze, that gives them a 3-goal lead, and then that all of a sudden means that Beaconsfield have got to find 4 goals from somewhere.
Boundary.
And there hasn't been many 4 quarters of 4 goals all day.
Blake Tanner on the boundary line with Mick Fogarty.
Yes, it's got Mick last quarter. A goalless quarter, that one there, with inside 50s going in South Belgrave's favour. Do you want to just give a quick little recap of that quarter?
Yeah, we got what we wanted. I mean, that last goal at the end with an askew kick from Macca there, that we wanted a boundary side. They won contested ball and they opened our forwards up with, and that's what you can do in these windy conditions. So I was really pleased with that quarter. Our mids didn't allow Kidd and Peters and so on to take control. Our contested ball was really strong.
And talk about, what was the key message coming into this final quarter? It's do or die football from here on in as well. And, they're going to come at you. You're going to come at them as well. But what was the key message for that last quarter?
I think we were guilty of just kicking the footy too long to our forwards in the second quarter. We got to shape the ground, switch the footy, look inside corridors, short 45 kick, and get some real speed on the game.
No worries, Mick. Enjoy the last quarter.
Thanks very much, Blake. Interesting words there from Mick Fogarty. Chris Curtis was at the South Belgrave huddle.
Boys, the message was plain and simple. More of the same from South Belgrave. Also an update on Liam Kidd. They say they're just running a few more test decisions yet to be made with him.
And boundary again, boys.
Go on, Blake.
So I just heard from the umpire just then as well that Chris DeGraz, sorry about that, he's allowed to go on. So he's allowed to go back on as well. Apparently, if you get 2 reportable offences, that's sent off for good. But he only got the 1 reportable offence, so he will be coming back on 15 minutes' time.
So the first one was a yellow card, but not reportable.
Yeah, it sounds like that's what that was. Yeah, interesting. So they could not be down any rotations if Kidd comes through. All right, Brash in the score centre.
Yeah, quickly. South Croydon will be kicking with the breeze in the last quarter. They trail Vermont by 11 points after a big third quarter. Vermont 9-5-59 at this stage leads South Croydon 7-6-48.
And it's Josh Ward to take us away for the final quarter of one of these teams for 2024.
Garner got the tap down and the clearance, looking for Keeley, who was under plenty of pressure. Johnston dug the handball out. He gets it back from Smith. Gets it to Doherty. Sends it on the boot to the right half forward flank. Bateson's there. Might have given away a holding free kick. Got one, in fact. Or, in fact, gave it away indeed. To Will Bromley, former Norwood man.
More scores with Brash?
Yep. Waverley Blues, 16 points up, 2 minutes into the last quarter, 7-8-50, leading Croydon 5-4-34.
Well, they've had the wood over Croydon this year.
They have. As Bromley.
Baronia might be saying a breath of relief there.
Indeed, as Bromley sends it to this broadcast side centre wing. Muley in front position. Garner got it out the back. Mowat wrapped him up. Johnston nearly stole it from him, but it's going to be a stoppage. Brash scores.
Yeah, 3/4 time. It's all square at East Ringwood, Churnside and Whitehorse 5-9. In fact, it's just updated. Now, Whitehorse lead by 3 goals, 8-9-57. Churnside 5-9-39 at 3/4 time.
Ooh. Maybe Churnside Park are kicking with the breeze in the final quarter.
Go Horsies.
Maybe that was too harsh on Whitehorse in the podcast.
As in the meanwhile, the throw-in went out the back. Curran got it to Merrick, broke one tackle, got it to Bowd, to Moat. Bowd might get it back. Handball wasn't a great one, still tapped it back to Finn Devine. Goes short to Jack Doherty, who has it at the right back pocket. Got Delarue offering a lead, decides to go longer in the direction of Devon Smith, went over his head. Brandon White looks like he's playing a bit more forward in this final quarter. Sends it in the Ocker direction. He'll get a free kick or Jafar Ocker. Beaconsfield might get the advantage. They won't. It's going to be the mercurial Jafar Ocker. He'll go back.
This has to go through, Josh. Has to.
You're not wrong there, Blakey.
And you talk about moments, Josh. This is one of them right here.
Again, we've got the perfect view of this. The former Pakenham man. 22. He's kicked the 2 goals for the day. 27 goals for the season. 45-degree angle from 50 metres out as he slowly trots his way towards the big sticks. It's coming back. Brilliant from Jafar Ocker. 1 goal the margin. 5-9-39 Beaconsfield. South Belgrave 6-9-45. The perfect start for the Eagles.
Well, I saw many players have had struggles in front of goal and with their set shot kicking. He's kicked 3 straight from his set shots and just judged the wind perfectly. That's a brilliant finish, and now they've got the momentum.
Start directing the ball through him.
Yep.
His previous goal, he went around to the right, and then that one he went more straight. So you could see he was directing it exactly.
So back into the centre. Muley just got the tap down. Simonson nearly sharked it. It evaded his hands. Peters nearly ended up with it, tackled out of it. Connolly was there to try and mop up for South Belgrave. Got the handball forward. Smith was onto that, though. And in the back, I thought against Garner. No, nothing doing. Kay Delarue worked his way in there, but working his way out of it was Kidd. That was excellent. Walls. Oh, Mowat, excellent. Intercepted the handball. Kicked it inside forward 50. Have some options down there. Jafar Ocker's out the back. It's a lot of work for Nuku to try and tackle him. He did that, and a high free kick's going to be given away to Brandon White. That was clumsy.
Very clumsy.
Can't be giving away free kicks like that in the defensive 50. That was, yeah, tricky stuff there. He just went straight over his head.
That was very sloppy.
Evans it was, I think.
Again, great work from Ocker to be able to get the handball off under a lot of pressure too.
Yeah, fantastic. So Brandon White, the Stars could be firing here for Beaconsfield, 2 of their biggest players. He's been pushed up forward, has the half-backman. Can he work the wind out? Well, he does just that. What an excellent kick. He curled it back beautifully. And it's an even Stevens game here, 45 apiece, Beaconsfield with the momentum.
Again, you look at sides making the most of their opportunities. It's as simple as that. South Belgrave did not do it in the 3rd quarter. Beaconsfield have had 2 chances in 4 minutes, and they've nailed both.
Brash with some scores.
6 minutes into the last quarter, it's 4 points the difference at Jubilee Park. Vermont 9-5-59, leading South Croydon 8-7-55.
Can South Croydon come charging home? Beaconsfield are doing the same with the breeze in this final quarter. As Garner got the tap down though for South Belgrave again to Keeley, who's wrapped up. Umpire Damien Sully says, give it to me, boys. And we'll have this ball tossed up forward of centre for South Belgrave. As Garner with the big fist down. That'll be locked up. Brash.
Waverley Blues have got 1 foot into the preliminary final. 6 minutes into the last quarter, they lead 9-7-61. Croydon 5-7-37.
Pretty impressive from the Blues of Waverley. As inside 50 goes Charlie Peters. High up and on the ball. Curran got the ball from behind. Delarue roved it well. Got it to Doherty. Sends it to the far side in the direction of Miles Curry. Took the mark on centre wing. Inboard he goes looking for Harris. Walls came from behind but couldn't stop Harris taking the mark. Got plenty of leads, plenty of movement inside the Beaconsfield forward 50. Looking for Brandon White. Couldn't take the mark. On the ground, Bateson gives Beaconsfield the lead. They've started this final quarter on fire, the Eagles. And they lead 7-9-51. South Belgrave 6-9-45. 6 minutes gone. They've probably only had 3 inside 50 entries, and they lead, Paul.
They lead the inside 50s 3-2, and they've kicked 3 goals from it.
It's fascinating, isn't it? It really feels like they shifted gears. I think a lot of that stoppage play, the pressure that Beaconsfield brought to that third quarter, making sure everything was down the line and miserly, I reckon that was intentional, and now they've just opened the game right up. Blake Tennant on the boundary line.
Yeah, he was alluded to in the three-quarter time message that Bateson was going to be the little man that's going to try and get Beaconsfield over the line here.
Well, he called his shot there, did Mick Fogarty. We'll get a secondary ball up here as South Belgrave. Maybe they're going to try and lock it up a little bit, try and stem the flow. I know they have to score, but they need to turn the tide somehow. They're not getting their hands on the ball at all. And this time, it's Doherty.
No.
Boundary.
Good tackle. Chris Curtis on the boundary
Well,
line.
boys, on the other hand, in the South Belgrave huddle, a lot of the messages were about what to do if they get up and how to manage the game. But right now, there was not a word said about what to do if they fell behind.
Yeah, well, 2024 could be slipping through the Saints' fingers now. Wobbly ball by Wind. It went lateral inside forward 50 for South Belgrave. Scrambling ball. Delarue had the composure, got it out to Bowd. Well, it's scooped up now instead by Mounter. Gets it down the line onto the wing. One-on-one contest. Great mark by Connolly. What can he do? Pulls the trigger. Goes inside the corridor. Garner was there. Good work by Harris. Affected the contest, and now Beaconsfield will rove it down the line from Devon Smith. He's got a few options out there. Brandon White was one of them. Could he run onto it? No, not quite. Oh, good stuff there. Composure. Well, it wasn't that composed by Evans. He kicked it straight to Brown. And Hayden Brown, flying shot at goal. It went left and hit the boundary, the point post. So looks like it'll be a boundary throw into the pocket of Beaconsfield's forward line.
Yep, it's exactly where you'd want it for Beaconsfield in this quarter. All the momentum, rather than get the point, this is where they want it. Another scoring opportunity comes beckoning here.
As Ocker will take the ruck contest against Garner. Garner won it out. Johnston, was he taken without it? He wasn't. Peters worked it out of trouble. Got it to Darcy Walls. Sends it to the right half-back flank where there's a big pack. The fly from Smith couldn't take the mark. Alfonso with the ground ball get. Kick was a good one to Damien Garner. Worked his way up the ground.
Too slow, Damien. Too slow.
He's not had a great game, Damien Garner. Only had a couple of kicks, some opportunities, and he's kicked most of them out on the full. He nearly kicked that one out on the full. It's just going to be a boundary throw-in forward of centre.
They're not being creative or inventive enough for South Belgrave with their transition. That kick was just down the line, as you said, Brash, too slow.
They're not allowing any entries into the corridor of Beaconsfield. They're controlling it well in this final quarter, and it's seen them take the lead, 7-9-51. To South Belgrave, 6-9-45, 9 minutes gone. Brash, score centre.
10 minutes into the last quarter. South Croydon have hit the front, 9-8-62. Vermont 9-5-59.
They're doing what Beaconsfield are doing here. South Croydon charging home with the wind in the final quarter out at Jubilee Park. As we have another ball up, Garner took matters into his own hands. Couldn't get the clearance. It was Delarue, roved it well. Plenty of players around this for South Belgrave. Myers just tapped it forward and tapped it out of bounds. There might be a free kick here. There isn't. It's just going to be a boundary throw in. 9.5 minutes gone. Beaconsfield 51 to South Belgrave 45.
So the 1-goal lead for Beaconsfield. What a quarter it's been so far. Can they finish it off? Garner roved it. Got the handball out, and Simonson just sent it down the line, punched out of Garner's hands and into Tim Smith's. He was tackled. Ball up inside South Belgrave's forward 50. Tense moments here. They need to create something. Only one player went up in the ruck contest. It was a Beaconsfield man. Stoko got it. Now Bowd down the line he goes onto the wing. It's going to just clear all comers. And Bromley out the back for South Belgrave. Took possession. He's going to go back down the line. Who's there? Good punch by Damien Johnson.
Tell you what, he's had an outstanding game, Bowd. Off that back pocket, he has been sensational.
The second half in particular, particularly late on in the final quarter, so many intercepts and just stopping any South Belgrave attack.
Muley and Garner in the ruck. Garner got the tap down right into the hands of, I think that's Bromley. And Wayne Brasher in the score centre as we have a ball
Croydon kick one, get one back, but they still trail by 17 points, 12 minutes into the last quarter. It's Waverley Blues 9-7-61, leading Croydon 6-8-44.
Beaconsfield got the clearance. Jafar Ocker nearly met the ball but had help. Devon Smith gets it out. Now this is Curry. Miles Curry snap round the body. It's going to be pushed across the face of goal by the wind. Just the one behind for Beaconsfield. They are threatening though. 7-10-52 to 6-9-45. 11 minutes gone in this final quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Handy point, as the old saying goes, is out on the far side. The mark taken by South Belgrave. They need a goal sometime soon. They are kicking against the breeze. There's a big pack that forms. Kid of the Aiden variety, the bottom of that pack, concedes a ball up at the left half forward flank for Beaconsfield. Another impressive final quarter. Kicked all 3 goals from not a whole lot of entries inside forward 50 so far, as South Belgrave win the clearance and see it out of bounds, centre wing on the far side. 12 minutes gone in the last quarter. South Belgrave 6-9-45 to Beaconsfield 7-10-52. Thank you for tuning in to the Eastland Match of the Round, 98.1 Radio Eastern FM and Facebook and YouTube. It's Garner again, the big fist, looking for his brother Damien. Bowd was pinged for holding the ball. D'Alfonso will get this free kick. The former Sylvan captain. Had some moments in this game, but just hasn't done enough. Much like some of his teammates as he looks in the Tim Smith direction, came from behind, got 2 bites of the cherry. Umpire said it was touched.
It was touched by his own teammate there. Got in the road.
Missed opportunity there for South Belgrave, and we'll have a ball up right half forward flank for the Saints. We'll look to kick a goal sometime soon to cut the deficit to 1 point, as Garner got it down to Simonson. His kick was deflected. It falls out now to Jack Myers. A very clean pickup. Sends it to the hot spot. Keeley's up against Morris. Keeley nearly took a great mark. Still picked it up. Gets the dribbler on goal. D'Alfonso was there. Beaconsfield holding up really well. Will they be pinged? They won't. Umpire will call for it right in the goal square for South Belgrave. A chance here to kick a goal as Muley goes up in ruck against Smith. Took it out of it.
Free kick.
And gets a free kick. So here's that opportunity for South Belgrave. And it's through their superstar forward, Tim Smith.
I've got a feeling this is going to go down to the wire, guys.
I have a feeling too. As Smith gets it through the middle. Back to 1 point the margin. 7-9-51 South Belgrave. Beaconsfield 7-10-52. 3.5 minutes gone. Final quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as we cross down to the boundary. Blake Tennant.
Brash, I don't want to jinx it here, but are you hearing a little bit of OT, extra time, coming in for this game?
I haven't predicted it yet, Blake. It may happen, but I'm not predicting it.
Not predicting it?
No.
Okay. There you go.
Megan loves a good draw, but not during grand final time where we have to go overtime.
I do have a quick score at Jubilee Park. 15 minutes into the last quarter. South Croydon are up by 5 points. 9-10-64. Vermont 9-5-59.
Season on the line for the Eagles. Well, with both varieties, Vermont and Beaconsfield. The Doggies as well. And the Saints here at Tormore Reserve. Back into the centre we go. Tense staff. Tap down by Muley. Roved. Still a contest though. Muley had to tackle Garner. It was Damien Garner wrapped up. Come up the...
Great take by the umpire then.
Yeah. So down we, up it goes again. Aiden Kidd tackled immediately as soon as he got a hold of the ball by Kay Delarue. Brash with some more scores.
Second division first semi, 15 minutes into the last quarter. Waverley Blues hold sway by 16 points. Waverley Blues 9-7-61, leading Croydon 6-9-45.
And it was Garner out of the ruck to Bartels. Nearly got the clearance, but Beaconsfield put the pressure on. Good defensive midfield work by them to hold it up.
Tackles in the last quarter are 8 apiece.
So more and more pressure being piled onto this game. Delfonso nearly came up to meet it. Shoved into the back was Curran. Ball spills free, however. Aiden Kidd was there. Ends up in the hands of Damian Johnson. He was tackled by Bartels. We'll have yet another ball up.
They've forgotten to turn the clock on at East Ringwood because we're still at three-quarter time there. And they were 6 minutes behind us a little while ago.
Aiden Kidd gets the clearance. Connolly is there. Can he take the mark? Not quite. Spills to ground. Smith at ground level. No. Great stuff by Jack Doherty, just holding it up. Desperation in defence there by Beaconsfield. Holding on to the slimmest of margins.
Yeah, last 5 minutes been really good from South Belgrave, winning the ball out of the middle.
Indeed. We'll go to Paul in a second as Doherty was tackled once more. Another ball up. Paul, what have you got for us?
The clearances are 6-3 the way of South Belgrave, and the inside 50s are 7-6 the way of South
Smith
Belgrave.
out of the ruck. Nearly kicked it. It centred it. Myers, he could dribble home a goal. No, straight to Garner. Pressure coming. He's being tackled. Did he get the kick away in time? No, it worked its way over the goal line for 1 point.
Why didn't he just shepherd the player off?
Oh, no. So 1 more point added to the scoreboard. That ties it up.
We might be getting that extra time as Bowd sends it long and wide to the far side. Evans intercepted it. Ryan sends it inside 50. Delfonso's all by himself. Went over the top of him. Beaconsfield should have the numbers. Instead, it's Garner. Put the bump on. And Delfonso...
If we're heading into extra time here, then we could be heading into extra time at Jubilee Park. It's all square. Vermont 10-5-65, leading equal with South Croydon 9-11-65. 19 minutes gone in the last quarter.
As Beaconsfield get the clearance and clear their defensive line. Send it to the left half forward flank. Brandon White in a one-on-one against Benson. Bateson's there on the ground. Sees it out of bounds.
Well done to Benson there. One-on-one contest. Did very well to get that out of bounds.
And how is the strength of Damian Johnson to get that clearance? Got hold of the ball and put the don't argue on.
Been absolutely immense. One of the leaders of this Beaconsfield lineup. Garner got the big fist in the direction, though, of Josh Mounter. Quick handball away to his teammate. Inboard is Ethan Harris. Picked it up cleanly. Chucks it on the boot. Looking in the Bateson direction. White out the back. Took the mark. And the Beaconsfield faithful, right alongside us, are calling for him to have a shot.
And he should have the shot.
Yeah.
He's probably got the leg on him to have the shot.
Especially with the breeze behind him. Kicking from outside 50 on a 45-degree angle. The former St Kilda man. Can he give Beaconsfield the lead once again with a slow, deliberate approach? He does.
But he gets him a point.
Still handy.
7-11-53 Beaconsfield. South Belgrave 7-10-52. 18 minutes gone. Final quarter. Benny Bank scoreboard.
Beaconsfield trying to wrest the momentum back as South Belgrave have had the ascendancy in the past few minutes. Walls to get the kick in. Strong mark down the line by Garner. Damien Garner, that is. Shares it round. Has Costa on the outside. Bit of a floater of a kick. Comes off hands. Beaconsfield have the numbers, but South Belgrave have the ball. Tackled. Ball up. Let's go to Blake Tennant on the boundary line.
Yeah, just had Heath Black just come up to me just then. Just stated Degas is officially ruled out. The representative on EFNL just came over and just said, yep, he's done. So he won't be coming onto the ground. The umpire said he could, but the representative said no. So that's just the wording.
Okay. Yeah,
they might be down to 2 to the bench. I haven't seen Liam Kidd come back onto the ground as well.
To back you up there, Josh, he's been walking around, but we haven't heard any updates. So there you go.
So it was the free kick in the middle of the ground. It went to Devon Smith. He got the inside 50 for Beaconsfield, but it came off hands and over the line. Wayne Brasher with more scores.
Yeah, 20 minutes into the last quarter. It's Waverley Blues 10-7-67. They look home against Croydon 7-9-51.
There's the lose.
Indeed. 1 point lead to Beaconsfield here in the meantime. Semi-final action for Division 1. Muley got the tap down. Beaconsfield nearly share it round. Ball in dispute. They're just trying to control it here. Harris picked it up. Got the handball away to Smith. Now to Johnson. Just trying to find some space here are the Eagles. Kick towards the goal square. But South Belgrave had the numbers back. Well defended. And that's Lockie Benson, or Daniel Wind, in fact, taking the mark. Blake Tennant.
That was Benson there. Jared, that's great magnet move there by Heath Black. He just put down Benson to go down the full back there to help out the full backs.
Thank you very much, Blake. Great contest here, hand-to-hand fighting, and a free kick's been given away by Beaconsfield. South Belgrave will take it. It was holding the man. So nervy times here for the Eagles as South Belgrave continue to push. Sean Bartels kicks it onto the wing. Where's the contest? Smith came up. Strong hands took the mark. What options does he have down the line here? 2-on-2 situation. Just over off the hands of Bowd. Came to Stoko. He was tackled by 2 and got a high free kick. So Beaconsfield will rebound once again.
Tyler Stoko at the left half-back flank for Beaconsfield. I'll just look to take some time off the clock. We're into time on. Brash.
22 minutes into the last quarter. Vermont in front by 1 point. 10-6-66. South Croydon 9-11-65.
As there's a bone-crunching contest and a free kick paid to Beaconsfield. He paid the mark, did the umpire, in fact.
Is that what it was?
It must have been. I'm not 100% sure, but...
They were off too.
It's Hayden Brown, whose kick is intercepted by Benson. Played a terrific game as the former Narre Warren man. Has it at the right half-back flank for South Belgrave. They have to go now. He sends it in the Tim Smith direction. It's Garner who got there first. It's Peters with the ground ball. Gets censored in the direction of Damien Garner, who takes the mark at the right half-forward flank. Got Connolly offering a lead. Bowd came from behind. Who will win this one-on-one? It's Beaconsfield who get 2 players onto Simonson. One of those, Tyler Stoko.
Can you believe this game?
How good was Jake Bowd there? Just wearing Connolly like a glove.
We've got 2 one-point games in first semi-finals this afternoon. What a great advertisement for EFNL football.
It is going down to the wire out here at Tormore Reserve in Jubilee Park as there's a free kick to Beaconsfield. Finn Devine has it right in front of the scoreboard, which reads Beaconsfield 7-11-53, South Belgrave 7-10-52. 22 minutes gone in this final quarter as they just send it long and high and intercepted by Garner. Another chance here for South Belgrave to send it inside 50. Smith was around, but he couldn't affect the contest. Curry got it to Johnston, to Brandon White. Plenty of space on the far side wing. Sends it inside 50. Kobe shipping on one-on-one against Braden Ryan. Ryan did well. Concedes a behind.
Did very well.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, Andrew.
Had goal side and was very dangerous.
22 and a half minutes gone. Beaconsfield 7-12-54. South Belgrave 7-10-52. Boundary side to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, still no word on Kidd as well, boys. We haven't heard about what's going on with him. We believe he could be done for the day, but we still haven't heard anything from
I think
Kidd.
if he's not on by this stage, 23 minutes into the last quarter, he's not coming back.
Done. Yeah.
So they could have, as you said, Josh, you said maybe 2 on the bench, maybe?
So South Belgrave took the kick in. I believe it is 2 on the bench now with Dugach gone. So South Belgrave took a kick in. They earned a ball up there and now gaining territory. But intercepted. High ball back in towards Beaconsfield's forward line. But good punch by Jordan Ryan over the line. Jordan Nuku, in fact. And we'll go to Brash with some more scores.
25 minutes into the last quarter, and South Croydon have hit the front by 5 points.
South
Croydon 10-11-71, Vermont 10-6-66.
So the free kick had actually been given to Phil Costa. Kicks it down the line. Big contest. Wind looks like he's running in quicksand. He's that tired. Trailed after the ball. South Belgrave got the kick away. Intercepted by Mowat. Muley just fumbled the ball into the hands of Costa. Bouncing ball onto the wing. Picked up by Smith. Handball. It missed the target, but Peters was good enough to compose himself and get the kick down the line. Graham Connolly. Oh, he's just spilled it at the wrong moment. Bowd now with the rebound for Beaconsfield. What can they do? The game's opened up for them. Devon Smith spearing ball inside forward 50. And the mark's being taken by Hayden Brough.
Wow. That is impressive.
How costly is that mark that Connolly's dropped there?
Oh, that was, yeah.
But how good was there by Jake Bowd there?
Fantastic.
That was terrific. And the great mark taken. That is the best ball movement we've probably seen today, boys.
This will make things very hard for South Belgrave now. They'll have to kick at least 2 goals to win this one. If Hayden Brough can kick true here, 29 goals for the season, hasn't kicked one today. We are deep into time on, and this could sink a dagger through the heart of the Saints. Hayden Brough comes in. A Beaconsfield on the way to a prelim. We'll have to wait a little bit longer to find out because that was just a behind. And South Belgrave will take the kick in.
Josh, there can't be long left.
That's the kick in from
They've
Walls.
got to go down the middle.
They're going on this broadcast side where Beaconsfield have the numbers. It might fall for South Belgrave. It does. Jack Myers got players screaming for it across the ground. Sends it long down the line where there's a big pack. Smith in the middle took the mark. He's got Connolly offering a lead. Got some separation on Jake Bowd. Heads in that direction now. Coming in from the side was White. Mike picked up the ground ball. It's cutthroat stuff out here at Tormore Reserve.
I'm going the call. I reckon there's about a minute and a half left.
Muley won the tap down. Johnston gave the don't argue. Sold the candy on one. Gets it in the Bateson direction.
How good was Johnson just then? That was fantastic.
Absolutely massive as Stoko looks in the Ocker direction. Got hands onto it and took the mark. He's got Brough offering a lead inside forward 50. Gets it there. Dove couldn't take the mark. Peters is there on the ground. They do. They get it to Wind. Sent handball to Caden Black. In the middle looking for Keeley. Mo came in from the side. There's the siren! Beaconsfield are through to a preliminary final. 7-13-55. South Belgrave 7-10-52. The Saints go out in straight sets, and Beaconsfield have their second finals win in the senior competition. What a game out here, Wayne Brasher and Ryan Long.
What a fantastic game this afternoon. It had everything that you'd want in a first semi-final. Unfortunately, Ryan, there has to be a winner and a loser.
Well, it has. In South Belgrave, they were brave after that the first 3 goals of the quarter to Beaconsfield. That really set it up, and they looked like they might run away with it, but they kept coming, and they had some opportunities. They still go back, the miss mark from Connolly. It goes down the other end, there's a set shot.
How good was Bowd then?
He was fantastic. Johnson was great out of defence, and they just scrapped that one out, and what a win for Beaconsfield. They're through to a preliminary final, and what a game we just had.
Oh, that was huge for the EFNL to have Beaconsfield win that semi-final. South Belgrave, unfortunate stuff. They would have been looking for redemption there from last year to win every single game but the grand final, the one that counts. And now to go out in straight sets, that would hurt. But yeah, Beaconsfield, that was an excellent performance. Stars across the ground, yet no one standing out as a game winner necessarily. Just a fantastic team performance by the Eagles, and Mick Fogarty would be elated with that.
He was up and about on the boundary, and we've got some scores around the grounds, but just in a nutshell, third quarter, set shots, South Belgrave missed quite a few.
Yep.
Beaconsfield made the most when they had their chances in the first 5 minutes of the last quarter. That's the difference in the end.
28 minutes in the last quarter. Croydon are making a late comeback, but they may fall short. Waverley Blues 10-7-67 leading Croydon 8-10-58. Let's have a quick look.
What a way to end the Sunday final. All close games.
Wild. Unbelievable.
I've got a score from East Ringwood Reserve. Churnside Park 7-12-54 to Whitehorse Pioneers 9-9-63.
Yeah.
Oh, is that final?
No.
Still going?
It's still going.
Their clock is out of kilter, I reckon.
Yeah, well.
Because they were 6 minutes behind us at three-quarter time, and I reckon they forgot to turn the clock.
And I got to say, back to this game, one person who stood up in so many clutch moments was Connor Mowat.
Boundary.
Let's go down to the boundary line with Blake Tennant and Chris Cordes. They've got a couple of the Beaconsfield stars.
We do indeed. How good is this? We'll start off with you, Brandon. Mate, you're through. Prelim final. You know, you've been talking about this a big time this year for this great club that's coming through, and you're into a prelim final. How good is the feeling right now?
Yeah, unbelievable. Credit to South Belgrave. They gave big fight. So they've had the wood over us for the last 2 years to finally beat them and beat them where it counts. It's unreal. So
For a goalless third quarter and to come out like you did in that last quarter to kick, I think it was 3 goals there. The feeling of the group must have been really good then to kick that first with Jafar kicking that one as well, which have been pretty good as well. But how about this group? The group is just going strength to strength at the moment. Just the resilient they are. You know, they've got an awesome. You've got an awesome coach in Mick Fogarty. What is this like?
Yeah, Foggers has been unreal for the group. He's obviously been here for like 5 years now, so I get along with him quite well. We knew the wind wasn't going to do it for us in the last quarter, so we came out. It's just a mindset. We came out. I feel like we played our role pretty well. Probably should have kicked a few more, to be honest, but got the chocolates, mate, and that's all that matters.
Far, it was a day where a lot of people struggle with accuracy, but not you, mate. Kick 3 goals straight. How good does it feel to be able to be that shining light for your team?
Yeah, obviously feels good, but credit to the team for getting it there. Yeah.
It's beautiful, mate. And now that you've got the win and you know what's ahead of you next week, what's the recovery plan like for the rest of today and going on?
We're going straight to recovery after this. But throughout the week, it's obviously about getting our body right for Saturday. And yeah, doing the best we can.
Workouts already. They're getting a bit of a workout.
Chris and Blake left in the dust. Thank you very much there to the boys on the boundary line, doing a little bit of extra work than they perhaps were prepared for.
Blake's doing a bit more.
Well, he's got to go in and get the song.
Blake's making a charge.
He's hustling, lads. He's hustling.
Putting in a mound of work.
I don't think I've ever seen Blake run that fast.
No.
As we'll get this song in a few moments. Hard to tell when that's going to come, but it will when it does. Such an important pair of players there, and I think the move of Brandon White down into the forward line, that was a masterstroke by Mick Fogarty. I wonder if that's been a consistency, something he's done before. As we go to the song in the rooms, hopefully. Cutting in and out there, unfortunately, but that's okay. It sounded like a good song. Can't tell which one whether it mimics any of the AFL teams. I couldn't really make it out, to be honest.
No, neither.
Well,
I think
yeah, they don't
the
actually.
Preamble. It was like with Donny East with Dave Dobbins.
Yeah.
They've got. There's a whole lot of them going with that sort of pre-song, and then they go, hey.
Yeah.
Guys,
it's kind of like the Bayswater song here, boys. So that's what it is.
Wayne Brasher with some more scores.
Croydon have made an unbelievable comeback. They're in front now by
Wow. Get out of town.
That game was over.
29 minutes into the last quarter, Croydon 10-10-70 have taken the lead over Waverley Blues 10-7-67.
Gee,
wow, that game was done.
That's heartbreaking for the Waverley Blues because they gave up a lead against Mulgrave in that first final, and now they've done it again. I can't believe it, to be out potentially in straight sets.
Don't let him walk your dog.
And heartbreak for Vermont after sitting third at the end of round 17. They've been bundled out in the elimination final by South Croydon. It was that second quarter by South Croydon that set up the win when they held Vermont with the breeze. South Croydon 11-11-77 have defeated Vermont 10-7-67.
What a set of games we've had across the
we
eastern
had
suburbs.
a better day of finals, Brash.
I
mean, that's
so.
Incredible. We've had 4 games that have been down to the wire.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Is that waiting to see if that's going to be a final score, if the Waverley Blues can hit one back, but full time.
We can confirm now that Croydon have come from the dead. They've won a nail-biting first semi-final and move into the preliminary final against Mulgrave next week with a 3-point victory, 10-10-70, and they've created heartache for Waverley Blues, 10-7-67. One stage, Waverley Blues were leading by 24 points early on in the last quarter. They've given up four goals, Waverley Blues. That's an earth-shattering loss for them.
Gee, I think that both Baronia and Mulgrave would be choking on their drinks at this point because I reckon they would have wanted to play Waverley Blues more than Croydon. I think Croydon, I think because Croydon did beat Baronia earlier, and
I don't exactly know their form line against Mulgrave, but Mulgrave have proven themselves against the Waverley Blues.
And quickly at the moment, Jared, 12 minutes into the last quarter. Take the time as not, I don't think correctly, but Whitehorse Pioneers hold a 17-point lead over Churnside, 10-11-71 to Churnside, 7-12-54.
And it looks like, thank you very much for that, Brash. Fascinating scores all around the suburbs. As we're going to go to a break now on the Eastland match of the round. We'll have hopefully some more interviews after this. We'll be back shortly.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Tormore Reserve, where we've just seen a cracker of a final. South Belgrave 7-10-52, lost to Beaconsfield at 7-13-55. 2024 is over for South Belgrave, while Beaconsfield proceed onwards into the preliminary final to play Park Orchards, and both of those will be fighting for a chance to play Mitcham in the grand final and stop the Tigers from going back-to-back. We are perhaps... I think we'll have another interview, apparently, coming with us. Perhaps Mick Fogarty's taken a while to address his charges, as fair enough. So the scores around the ground. Should we recap some of the other games that have been going on? It's been wild. It's worth recapping.
Unbelievable, really. You know, and you couldn't ask for, like I said in the broadcast, you couldn't advertise a better advertisement for EFNL final football this afternoon. As I said, heartbreak for Vermont. After round 17, they were sitting third. Lost their last two. Now have been bundled out in the elimination final by South Croydon, 11-11-77, Vermont 10-7-67, and it was that third quarter against the breeze that South Croydon did enough to make sure that Vermont didn't get a big enough lead to carry into the last quarter for them to chase. So kudos to South Croydon. They move on. That's a massive win for in the Division 2 first semi-final. Croydon have come from the clouds here, look very much like Mitcham did yesterday. Croydon 10-10-70 defeated Waverley Blues 10-7-67, and the question needs to be asked once again. No plan B for Waverley Blues. It's either all or nothing with them, and once again,
famine,
it's 2 years in a row they've gone out in straight sets. They need to have a hard look at themselves. Now, it almost seems like Templestowe, where they were for a 4-year period in that 2015 to 2019, they just couldn't get over the line, and it does hurt the psyche of the football club when that happens.
No doubt. The results, the way they've lost this year has been so different, because last year they just weren't in the contest from word go. This year they've had leads in 2 finals and blown them both, where, I mean, this one looked like that was over. I'd already started making the edit for the Waverley Blues. I've got to change it now.
Well,
more work for me.
Extra work, yeah.
Currently, at the moment, it's 18 minutes into the last quarter at Walker Park. At East Ringwood in the 4th Division preliminary final. And Whitehall still holds sway by 17 points, 10-11-71 to Chirnside Park 7-12-54.
So Whitehorse there.
Well, that's a big upset too. That is just huge. For Chirnside, if they miss out, if that's right, and they can't come back from this game, lose a preliminary final, not make a grand final after the year they've had, they'll be extremely disappointed.
Well, if they lose this, that's now 4 finals they've lost in a row.
Yeah.
Dating back to 2022.
Did they go out in straight sets last year as well?
They made an elimination
They
final.
made an elimination final and lost
to Scoresby.
And obviously the preliminary final in 2022 they got thumped by Surrey Park. I believe we've got Jake Bow down on the boundary with Blakey Tennant.
Yes, we do. Jake, we talked to a few of your star players as well, but this is no better feeling. A prelim final against a team that you haven't beaten since coming into the Eastland Football Netball League. How's this feeling for yourself, mate?
Yeah, mate. Can't even put it in words. Just so proud of the boys. Such a young group. Coming into this game, we haven't, like you said, haven't beaten them before. Haven't won a final in this league until last week, and to back it up again this week against such a quality opposition, such a huge win. Just so proud of the boys. We knew they were going to come late there, and they did, and we just held on and fight to the death. And like I said, just incredibly proud of the boys. Huge effort.
And just set the scene for me right here. You pretty much did a game-saving smother there as well, just to put the pressure off them. But talk us through that moment, and then to set up. And I know it wasn't a goal, but all the hard work that you put in.
Yeah, there's one out with Brodie Connolly here in the back line, and they were charging quick. They were coming hard, and Brodie and I were 1-on-1, and I'm good mates with Brodie as well, which made it even worse. High ball coming in, and I'm just thinking, fuck, here we go. Excuse my language. But lucky enough to get a hand on it, and rebound after there. I actually went in the barrel to clear the massive paddock out here. Went in the barrel, try and clear the footy, and shanked it off the side of the boot straight to a player in the middle there. So I'll take it. Like I said, just happy to play my part in the end.
And look, going into the 4th quarter, obviously scoreless in the 3rd. Last time that happened against South Belgrave, you lost by about 30-something points. What was the message at 3-quarter time just to make sure that didn't happen again?
Yeah, that's right. We knew they were going to come there, and like you said, we haven't 30 points in the last few outings, and a good opposition always comes, but we've got such a strong belief in this group at the moment, and we backed ourselves in. We had the wind in the last there, but we knew, wind or not, that we were going to have the legs, and we have the faith in each other to do our role, and each player playing their own role there. And like I said, wind or not, we knew we were coming. We had belief in each other, and I think it paid off in the end.
And now that you've got it done, what's the next week looking like for you boys?
Yeah, so a 6-day break now, back to Saturdays, which is nice, but we'll go back to the club tonight, do some recovery, have dinner together, and probably another recovery session tomorrow night, and then full session on Tuesday, and back on the track Thursday. So definitely emphasis on recovery now and get the bodies right, and then huge game next week against Park Orchards, I believe.
Yes, all right. So boys in the van, got any questions for Jake after the big win by Beaconsfield?
Jake, congratulations. A really, really tough and character winning performance from you this afternoon. How important is it for the area itself? I mean, look, Berwick maintain their Premier Division status. You've made a preliminary final for Beaconsfield. How important is EFNL football in that area now, considering the momentum that's been built?
Yeah, absolutely. We played in 3 or 4 leagues there in about 5 years, and we couldn't get any continuity. We'd go into a league and we'd be way better than the opposition we're coming up against, and it's no good for our young kids. We've got such a huge junior club, and for us to be playing 100-point wins each week, these young great players were heading to other clubs to play competitive football. So we made the decision to come into the Eastland League to play in a more competitive competition, and when we came into the league, we copped so much slack from clubs that were already in the league and clubs that are around. We weren't good enough. Just blokes from the hills and hillbillies, and for the first year or so, we did it really tough. The new kids on the block, no one wanted us there. But I think after today's win and even last week as well, we're just starting to build a bit more respect now, and I think that's huge for our club going forward.
I also think too that probably the appointment of a EFNL legend in Mick Fogarty as a coach and the talisman of the Beaconsfield Football Club. He's a very, very shrewd operator, and he's one of the doyen of EFNL coaches. What a big plus to have him, leading the club from the front, because he's such an astute coach, and he knows exactly how to get the job done.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there. We're so lucky to have Mick in our corner. Unbelievable reputation. We all know what he did at Noble Park there. But now he's building his own career at Beaconsfield now. So he was obviously Noble Park great, but he's slowly becoming a Beaconsfield great too. And we're so lucky to have him. His relationship building with the players is just second to none. I've never had a more caring coach. He's more about the well-being and making sure everybody's comfortable in their roles and making everybody feel comfortable. And he just makes us all believe and just brings that group together. We don't have the most talented group. We don't have the strongest players, the tallest players, but what he does is he just brings all the boys together, makes us all believe, and we love having Mick in our corner. So lucky.
Jake, it's Jared here. Congratulations, of course, on continuing what's already been a fantastic season. I just want to talk about that third quarter. It seemed, and how it transitioned into the final quarter, it seemed like you guys were happy to lock it up, happy to play a pretty stoppage-heavy game, and then switch gears the moment you had the wind advantage and bang on 3 goals in a short amount of time. What was the message at halftime and then the message at three-quarter time? Was that intentional?
Yeah, at half-time there, we knew that if we could lock the game up for the third quarter and get a real stoppage game, we lock it up, and we knew we'd have the legs in the end. We knew we had the belief in the run. So you hit the nail on the head there. In the third quarter, we're just all about stoppages, just stoppage after stoppage, slow the game up, because we knew they couldn't go with us in the last quarter. And with that belief, like I've said multiple times, we knew if we were in the game at three-quarter time, we'd have that belief, we'd have that run, and that's exactly what happened.
I've got one more here for you, Jake. One bloke that we spotted, played a great game, who I hadn't really heard much about before today, was Connor Mowat. He seemed to stand up in every moment that was important that he was around. It was an impressive game by him. Just want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, he's an unbelievable talent. He's actually the premiership captain in the under-19s team last year. So he's only 19, 20 years old, and he plays like a bloody 200-game legend down back there. He's so calm under pressure. He's strong under the ball. He doesn't take a backward step. And for a player of his age, it's pretty special.
Jake, it's Josh Ward here. Congratulations on the win. What's it been like interchanging between the defence and the forward line this season?
Yeah, it has its challenges, but in the end of the day, I'm just happy to play my role wherever I'm required. And it is hard. It's hard to prepare because I don't know where I'm playing myself. But I'm just happy to play wherever I'm put in, and just put my best foot forward, play my role, and at the end of the day, that's all I can do, isn't it?
And playing alongside some pretty talented youngsters as well, Kate Delarue, Kobe Shipp on VFL list alongside the likes of Moat, Finn Devine, part of that under-19s premiership last year. Does it give a sense of energy around the group and some of the older players?
Oh, mate, absolutely. Like, these guys are all on VFL lists, and for whatever reason, they don't get a game on their VFL side, and they come back to us, and they could go one of two ways. They come back to us and put their tails between their legs and think, why aren't I playing VFL? And they can come out and play selfish footy to try to get their name forward for VFL selection. But it's complete opposite. They come back, they play their role, they're up and about, heaps of energy, and they just fucking... Sorry, excuse me. I just get excited talking about them. They come back with the energy, they get everyone up and about, and like I said, they're just young group, especially with those few that you just mentioned there. And what it brings is just excitement. Like, these young kids are so excited to crack in. And, I think it's paying dividends now.
And, Jake, before we let you go, you've got Park Orchards now next Saturday afternoon back here at Tormore Reserve. You guys are playing with so much belief, a lot of confidence. And the last time you played them, it was only a point in it. So I'm sure you're going to take a lot of confidence going into next week's game.
Yeah, you have to. Like you said, last time we played them, there was 1 point in it. So we have to take heaps of encouragement from that and Park Orchard's decided. It doesn't matter who we're playing next week. I think from Montrose and South Belgrave today, like I said, it doesn't matter who we're coming up against next week. I think we have to be confident. Like I said, we've got that belief now, and who knows where it's going to take us.
Well, Jay, congratulations. You had a great game yourself. The side is on fire, bringing in some fantastic form into this final series. All the best next week. Enjoy tonight, and good luck.
Thank you, boys. Appreciate everything you do. Also, just quickly, happy Father's Day to all the Beaky dads out there. Their support's unbelievable. Also, my old man, happy birthday for tomorrow, big fella.
Well said. Happy birthday. That's a great advertisement there for all the fathers on Father's Day. And he obviously, besides dropping the F-bomb twice, spoke really well about the club. Look, it's a really exciting story for Beaconsfield now. They're going into a prelim, and I think last week was probably there may have been a few nerves in just ticking that box to get a finals win. Now they've built, obviously, that momentum and taking it into now a preliminary final. There's no limit on what they can achieve this season.
No, I just that interview was excellent. I feel so drawn into his energy and how Beaconsfield are going about things. He speaks so highly of the people around him, and is obviously very excited to be a Beaconsfield man.
I reckon the good thing for Beaconsfield is they got a free hit next week.
Yeah, they do.
They're the ones that are not under pressure now.
Mm-hmm. Park Orchards.
Park Orchards are right. The acid's going to come on them, considering where they finished in the home and away season. Park Orchards. They got overrun by Mitcham last week. That's going to be playing on their minds a little bit, because if Beaconsfield bring this type of game plan where they are able to get the game, create the stoppages, and get the game on their terms, that's going to frustrate Park Orchards no end. That could potentially prove a real upset as well.
And it was a similar game yesterday as well. Mitcham obviously kicked more goals. They kicked 8 with the breeze in the final quarter and kept Park Orchards goalless, whereas South Belgrave here, they still kicked 1 goal, but Beaconsfield did kick the 3 with the breeze. So the one thing that Park Orchards will be wanting to do, they won't mind if they lose the toss and Beaconsfield kick with the breeze, if there is a breeze next weekend.
I know the result was close today, 7-13 to 7-10, and Beaconsfield rightfully have gone through to a preliminary final. But do you get the sense that with South Belgrave that it was a season for mine that never really got off the ground? Josh, you and I were at Mitcham that first night, right, when they beat Mitcham, and whilst they were convincing that night, they never really hit their straps again throughout the season, did they?
No, they didn't, and I think their game against Montrose obviously that was round 2, and they obviously got thumped by them in round 11 as well. I think that might have just drained a little bit of energy, because that round 2 game, that was a very disappointing performance.
Tyrese Lee, I think we shouldn't underestimate how big a loss he's been for South Belgrave.
Yeah, for sure.
I just sort of feel like that. Not only his rucking capabilities, but his ability to follow the ball around the ground and take telling marks. They really struggled without them today. And once again, I still admire the way Tim Smith goes about his football. You couldn't ask any more from him today. He tried every trick in the book to get his side over the line. And put it this way, I thought it was a pretty line-hearted performance. As far as I was concerned from him, I just sort of feel like that South Belgrave have lost that fluency in their game. That they've lost their dare a little bit, to take the game on.
Are they being overcoached? Is that what it is? Are they getting too many instructions to sort of like play tactics like football?
Well, look, obviously, Jared, that the game plan that
what.
The game plan that Luke Elliott had in place suited the South Belgrave side, and obviously Heathback coming into the club with his game plan. Maybe it's going to take a little bit more time to bed down, but the thing is, you don't want to lose your creativity. The players that give you that flair and pizzazz and play on instinct. That's where I reckon they've lost. That's what they've lost.
Yeah, definitely.
Those players that play on instinct. And the thing is, you can't curtail that.
No, and that's, I suppose, where it comes to sort of what I suspected was a few too many, not commandments, that's the wrong word, but a few too many instructions that kind of like clutter the players' heads a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know. I think at the end of the day, it was 3 points. I mean, that
Yeah,
game
that's
could
true.
have gone either
Yeah,
way.
it could have. You're right.
If they win that game, it's a different conversation.
talking
But even if they had have won, we probably would have said, "Oh, they fell in."
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
A little bit.
Because we would have thought that we would have turned around and said that if Beaconsfield still had the same last quarter where they kicked the opening 3 goals, right, and they end up losing, you think, well, it was a game of lost opportunities for Beaconsfield. And
That's true.
Whereas I just sort of feel that with South Belgrave, it was just a matter of, it wasn't meant to be in the end. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you get you watch a game of football and you seem like you get a sense of destiny.
Yep.
And it just never looked like at any stage that South Belgrave were going to take the game by the throat, right, and put the game to bed. They never gave that impression throughout the contest, where you looked at times the way Beaconsfield moved the ball. Yeah, it was a bit ugly in some ways, but it was more positive.
It was. And the way I think Beaconsfield were able to have their influence and their impact on the game when South Belgrave had the momentum, I think that was huge. I think we can't underestimate how powerful it was to consistently force stoppages and just take some of the air out of the game when South Belgrave were consistently moving it forward.
Yeah, and, look, the great thing about finals football is we love surprises, and we've had, put it this way, we've been blessed so far in the final series overall. We've had comebacks, we've had sides that we predicted have already made the final dance, and and there's still 4 weeks of mouth-watering EFNL football to go.
Well,
it's just unbelievable.
Yeah. Next weekend is going to be massive. Premier Division. I think it's East Ringwood and Borwin on the Saturday. You've got South Croydon taking on Roval in elimination final, preliminary finals, grand finals kickoff as well. It's going to be massive.
I think we've got to put I forgot to say it, and I think you said it too, Brash. Whitehorse, isn't that a bit of a story too?
Yep.
I think a few of us ruled him out of the finals contention.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I did.
I think Ray predicted him.
Ray jumped off,
Yeah,
and now he's jumped back on.
Yeah.
He's jumped back on his high chair as Ray.
That's a big win though, like over Churnside Park. But we've got to think now. Churnside Park now have lost 2 straight sets in a row.
Well,
last
four
finals in a row.
Yeah, forgot about that one.
So it's a bit of a sour note for Lee Odom on his 300th game.
It's just
and it's also I think Dave Newlands and maybe Graydon Stevens' last game.
I think what rubs salt into the wound is I hark back to the game that we did up at Kimberley Reserve when Churnside really were all over Whitehorse that afternoon. And at the end, you couldn't actually, after that performance, you couldn't really make a case for a Whitehorse moving forward.
No,
and I think
agree.
the thing is, you look at Whitehorse, since that moment onwards, their form, they look like they were ready to fall off a cliff, but they seem to be able to find something.
Well, I mean, they have gotten players back.
Yep.
Tom
Young and Horvath.
Young and Horvath in particular they probably have been pretty handy coming back into the lineup.
But this is a wasted opportunity.
Yeah, it's a
to
massive.
not make the grand final after the year they've had, the form they had. I think they won again another 9 or 10 games in a row leading into that qualifying final against Scoresby. Had a poor day. We're really disappointing, and then lose to Whitehorse in a prelim. That is a wasted opportunity.
However, putting on the crystal ball, Scoresby. We've said this for probably the last month of the season. Their form leading into the final series was let's be honest, it's been pretty irresistible.
Yep.
Right? And all things being equal, it's going to be an achievement in itself for Whitehorse they've made the grand final, but you can't help but feel that that if Scoresby assert themselves positively in the first quarter and a half, I think it's going to be a hard road back for Whitehorse.
Yeah, I
in the grand
have
final.
to agree. Yeah. It's an interesting one, and I find it interesting as well that it's two teams that have dropped from Division 3 in the past couple of years. Maybe a couple of teams who don't feel like they belong in Division 4. I don't know if that is.
I don't think any side, Jared, thinks that they deserve to be in Division 4.
That's
a good point.
I've got a question too for you boys. Will we be getting the Century next Sunday?
Oh yeah, I would imagine so. I think
Brush, have you got any goal scorers from the White Horse game as well? Or?
I'm just going through the thing now.
Yeah.
They've got nothing in at the moment.
Yeah, but we might be getting 100. A few people will be definitely running on the ground. It'll be better than what Darcy Fritsch is.
Well, will Matt Frodier make a top for Adam Amin and his 100th goals?
Look, like I said, the clock's still running at...
no, it's over.
Oh, it's a final score. It's a final score.
Left it going.
What's it on, Brash? Because last week it was on 64 minutes.
Yeah, that was the lightning point.
At the moment, it's clocked on at 38 minutes, mate.
Yeah, that's over. So, and also another big win as well. I know we haven't really been talking about it, but Croydon. No, I think a few of us, I think even a lot of us predicted Croydon maybe to win. Do we have any Waverley Blues, Josh? Ryan?
No, I was Croydon.
I thought Waverley Blues would find a way.
Okay.
They had, for three...
they did.
Yeah.
They did, yeah. Until they threw it away.
For 3 quarters and 10 minutes, the game was theirs.
I'm shocked by that result, and just going into the rooms there just before, they couldn't believe it too, because that game looked over. Halfway through the fourth quarter, they kicked 5 goals in the space of 10 minutes. Croydon somehow.
And are we seeing, what we're seeing is, are we seeing Croydon winning next week? As the Baronia host, terrific job. Thank you for doing this.
They always do a great job out here at Tormore Reserve.
They do it. He would love that little mention too. So
what's in the bucket, Chris? What do we get?
Cans.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, no beautiful. Don't mind that.
More sugar required.
Well, those drinks are calling out our names, I think, and we only have a minute and a half here to go.
I thought we mentioned Father's Day, boys.
Oh,
got
yes.
Any dinners or...
I've breakfast, Blake.
Breakfast, yep.
Same here as well.
Yeah. Actually, it's an interesting time of year for me because it's Mum's birthday as well. So shout out to Mum. Not today, sorry. Coming up in a few days.
What about you, Rush and Paul? Did you get up to much Father's Day? Have you got dinner? I know you'll probably have a very happy nephew, Brush, as well, winning yesterday.
Yes. I'm happy for them that they get a chance at immortality in 2 weeks' time.
That would be excellent to say. As we're wrapping up here from Tormore Reserve, South Belgrave's season has ended 7-10-52 to Beaconsfield 7-13-55. What an excellent game it was. Beaconsfield, they will proceed onwards. They will take on Park Orchards in a preliminary final with Mitcham, waiting in the grand final to see the winner of that. Josh Ward, my co-commentator for the day. Excellent stuff by you, mate. What a game we called.
Always a pleasure calling alongside you, and a terrific job from yourself. And it seems like you only call the close games as well.
Apparently so. Ryan Long and Wayne Brasher in the special comment seats.
Always a pleasure, Jared.
Yep.
Thanks very much, gentlemen. Paul Uconi, great job as always in the stats.
Pleasure, Jared. Pleasure, guys.
And Chris Curtis and Blake Tennant on the boundary line. Great job by you guys.
Thank you.
Oh, he's my thanks again, Jared and Josh. Terrific job, and to everyone involved. And
to Lee Green and Megan Green behind the scenes, they always do such a good job. My name's Jared Beanland. Thank you very much for joining us on the Eastland Match of the Round.